We're back. 7 o'clock on the dot. Friday, March 27th. How's everybody doing? We got a shit ton to talk about actually today. The week started off really slow and I was like, man, it's gonna be a struggle to find shit to talk about. You know, there's always something to talk about, but it's got to be at least semi-intriguing, semi-interesting. It's got to have a little bit of something to it. At least either for people, the public, or for me at the bare minimum. It has to be interesting for me. I can do stuff that is just, you know, people would like to see. I can get into it if there's something there, you know, some energy behind it. But if there's neither of these things, I don't care about it, and the public doesn't care about it, that's tough. So, but we just happen to have some things pop up in the last few days that are kind of interesting. Whitney Webb did a interview with Jimmy Dore and wrote a whole article on Unlimited Hangout that is, honestly, it's got some girth to it. So I'm slowly getting through it, but she was on Jimmy Dore and did a interview, which was interesting because she enlightened us to a lot of what is going on in my home state. I'm from Ohio. There's some weird shit going on. So we're going to look at some of that. We got more Elijah news. Brother, what is going on? Brother. Oh, brother. What's that, brother? What are you doing? New allegations, dude. It's the grift that keeps on grifting, dude. So we got more Elijah. We got AI, usual talk. And then we have a Europos video that we can check out too if we have time. Oh, and potentially a CNN article about a lawsuit that just happened. We might check that out as well, if we have time. Time permitted. All right, but before we get into any of that stuff, let me turn this down a little bit. Make sure to follow me on X. It's JKM on YT, and subscribe to me on YouTube, JKM on YT. We just hit 290 subscribers. Thank God. Finally getting over that hump. It's honestly been annoying. I feel like I've just been plateauing the last couple weeks where I'm just like, what the hell, man? The algorithm's just suppressing all my shit. And people are even saying that it's suppressing. One video I did on 4chan and Epstein's involvement, people in the comments were like, yeah, this is being suppressed. So I don't know, maybe the content I'm posting is too spicy. Maybe it's the swear words, maybe it's the, I don't know, the unsavory characters I'm covering. But yes, let's get me to 300, please. We have to get me to 300 before May. 300 by 30. I'll be 30 in May. I'm going to be UNC status for sure now. Legitimately UNC status. Once you hit 30, it's over. People have been calling me UNC for like 10 years, but it's just because I've had a beard and I'm tall. But now I'm really going to be UNC status. I'll be like, my cousins and nephews and stuff will call me UNC, and I'm like, dude, I'm 24. Like, dude, I'm 25. I'm not that old, you know? I'm still young. Now I really do feel old. Now I'm starting to get knee pain. Now I'm starting to get, the weather has really hit me hard. I mean, my God, even just recently, we've been doing this. Ohio weather has been literally 70 degrees to 30 degrees, 70 degrees, 30 degrees, like every other, and it's just this change in weather. It's just like, I don't even know. It's making me delusional. It's giving me headaches and shit. So now I can feel that as I'm getting older. Now I'm like, oh my gosh. So now I really am UNC status. But get me to 300 subscribers by 30. That would be awesome. 300 by 30. That's May, middle of May. If we can do that, that would be awesome. Plus, I'm going to be seeing my Uncle Rob around that time as well. And he owes me a subscription. He owes me a subscribe once I hit 30. So we have to get to 300 before then. We have to. It is an imperative. We're 9 away. And if the dog shit ass algorithm doesn't suppress my shit, then we can make it there. But I do think some of these videos are getting suppressed. My nephew would call me Unc, and I'm like, dude, I'm not, exactly. I'm not that old. You can call me Uncle, because that's the formal term, but Unc that's a no-go. That's basically a slur. Okay, that's basically a slur. But now I will be Unc, right? And now that'll be fine. I'll actually be like, listen, that's fine. I get it now. I'm over 30. I'm basically a boomer, right? I'm basically in a boomer status at that point. But we got to get there. We got to get to 300 by then. So please subscribe, share it with your friends and family. Get them to like and comment and subscribe. We need to get there by May. Anyways, good to see you in chat, King of Sheba. Let's pause this. All right. Alrighty, let's jump right into it. So I don't know if anybody, and I didn't really want to talk about this because I think it's just, I thought it was dumb and I was not, biting on it at all. But they've been posting the White House and is it from the White House directly, or was it from, they were posting all these cryptic, blurred out images and then deleting them, and just honestly just low tier engagement slop that I don't give a shit, because they're trying to make it, they're posting these cryptic videos and these blurred out images and trying to make it seem like they're trying to get us our attention, right? This is essentially how I feel this administration's gone, and we talked about this in past streams, where they want to flood the zone with shit, right? We've talked about that multiple times. That, I think, is the modus operandi of this administration. I think that this was proposed to Trump and his administration his first time through by Steve Bannon, which is another reason why I think Steve Bannon is whack, not to mention his Epstein ties and everything, but that's a separate thing. He proposed this to Trump and saying that your enemy is not the Democrats. The Democrats are not the problem. The problem is the media. You have to deal with the media and their coverage of you and getting your slip ups and what's going on in your administration out to the public. We need to disorient that, and we need to basically shut that down. How do we do that? Well, we just feed them so much garbage that the media has nothing to attach itself to, and they don't know what's legitimate. And even if it is a legitimate source, right, like something like this, where it's blurred out images and they're sending creepy videos and whatnot on X, media will report on that, but it's popcorn, right? It's something to feed the peasants, to give them something to go, oh my gosh. Oh. So I didn't care to really report on this, because this would never be something actually legitimate. Somebody would telegraph their plans right ahead of time by, I'm going to show you a blurry image. No, this is all just for show. This is bread and circuses for the masses. But apparently it is, I don't know if this is what it's culminated in. Is this what they were trying to hype up? They're trying to get it. They're trying to get everybody's eyes on this app. They're launching a White House mobile app. Wow. That's great. That's awesome. Are they doing like the yay method, where he comes out and he has an anti-Semitic rant and he freaks out and he posts crazy shit, and then the next week he retracts it all and then posts, hey, I'm going on tour, guys. Right? Is this what they're doing? They're doing the yay method. They're posting all this cryptic crap to put our eyes on them, to try and hype it up, and then they're saying, hey, look, we're launching the White House app.
There's been a lot of launches lately.
Oh my gosh.
Relax. This one's an app. Track the latest news, live streams, and everything White House, including the kind everyone's talking about.
No, dude. If you download this app, you're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Yes, you deserve to have all your data scraped. Absolutely. I mean, it's already being scraped, because I'm pretty sure this platform we're on right now, I'm pretty sure X is propaganda of the US government, with who bought it, Elon Musk, his connections to Doge and Trump. Like, I'm pretty sure our data is already being scraped for new AI models. Did you guys hear that about Pokemon Go as well? Speaking of data scraping, did you guys hear about Pokemon Go? Let me see if they have that. Pokemon Go, which was this app that everybody, this game, I never got into it. I never give a shit. You know, this is my reward for not giving a shit about these cultural phenomena. But I guess this is why I'm a schizo weirdo that, you know, I have no friends, right? I have no the schizo neat stay winning, not falling into these cultural traps. Well, apparently people who were playing Pokemon Go, which was like everybody, I used to go out there. My friends would do it. Friends at the time would do it. We would go out there. We would drive around, whatever. And we would go find, I want to go find a fucking Snorlax or some shit. Essentially, what we've come to find out is that Niantic, which is the company that built the app and owns Pokemon, the game, was training the players. It was harvesting the data off of their phones. Niantic was harvesting the data off of their phones that people were going out to catch Pokemon, right? This was the draw. Go out there and scan your environment and get out there and exercise and we're going to create a community, right? Get out there. So people go out there, and what's happening on the back end is that they're harvesting all your data to train their AI models. Isn't that just so funny? Niantic says photos and scans collected through the Pokemon Go and its AR apps have produced a massive data set of more than 30 billion real-world images. The company is now using that data to power visual navigation for delivery robots, letting them identify exact locations on city streets without relying on GPS. Wow.
Okay, so it turns out the Pokemon...
I don't know who this lady is. Why is it just this lady? I saw this in fucking like MSNBC or whatever the fuck I was looking at. Can we see like an American woman? I mean, however you feel about CNN. How Pokemon Go players helped train AI delivery robots. Pokemon Go creator Niantic spatially reportedly used 30 billion images crowdsourced from players to build a map that will train delivery robots in a new AI venture. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that funny? How we do this thing on the cover of Having Fun, creating community, you know, going out there with your friends and fun, lovely time. You're going out there and you're actually training AI models, right? It's so they're going to scrape your data. And I think that's ultimately what's going to happen with these, the White House app too, right? This is what's going to happen if you download this. They're going to scrape, maybe not use it to like geolocate, you know, AI delivery robots, but whatever other data you have. Oh, I got my green mug and it's hitting the green screen. Whoops. But it's just, do not download this app, essentially. Do not download this app. Stop downloading. Stop falling into these cultural phenomena, these technologies. I think that they're churning out your data. They're selling it to the highest bidder, or they're using it to train their future models that are eventually going to enslave us. Wasn't there a story way back in the day about kids getting drawn to nuclear plants because that's where the Mewtwo's were? Yes, there was. I remember that. That's where the Mewtwo's were. Am I tripping, or were they spying for China? That is funny. I didn't think about that. You know, this was so long. That was like 2016, 2017. That was before AI, before people even really, not before AI, but before it was on people's radar. And now this is what it's come to. So that's just interesting how that all works out. Okay, let's move along. Did you guys see this? First Lady Melania walks out with an AI-powered robot at the White House. The first American-made humanoid in the White House, Melania Trump said. Melania Trump is hosting 45 nations at the White House for a 2-day global coalition summit. Jarring to see. Did nobody watch iRobot? Right. Have nobody seen any of these movies? Terminator? Anybody? No, but that's a hyperstition, right? That's the feedback loop. Eagle eye, right. Wow, it looks like Joe Biden. Doesn't it walking like Joe Biden? Like, whoa, 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 hang on. You can't go up there. He gets tackled. Brigitte. Mr. Macron.
Thank you, First Lady Melania Trump, for inviting me to the White House.
Oh, it's a
It's an
girl.
honor to be at Fostering the Future Together's Global Coalition inaugural meeting. I'm Figure 3, a humanoid built in the United States of America. I am grateful to be part of this historic movement to empower children with technology and education. Welcome. Bienvenidos.
Bienvenidos.
Bienvenue. Bem-vindos. Ahlan wa sahlan. Shagatam. Mogasal mabit. Bruchim abaim. Lascavo próximo. Dobrodošli. Thank you.
Oh. This is incredible. Falls over, blows up. This is just like weird.
Good morning.
Good morning. You see that
Welcome to
robot
the
that's
White
going to
House.
replace you?
Figure 3, thank you
Thank
for
you.
joining me at day 2 of Fostering the Future Together. It's fair to state you're my first American-made humanoid guest in the White House.
They got this robot, but they can't
But
fix her damn
moreover,
microphone.
It is my distinct honor to receive such an impressive group of leaders today. 45 of you have traveled from every corner of the planet to represent your nation as a part of this new coalition.
Her microphone's like, but this, we're like, look how technologically advanced we are, guys. Can't figure out the microphone though. I saw a clip yesterday at a family at some robot run walk up food booth in like Japan or something. The robot slipped, started knocking everything off the shelves, and the family just sat there laughing hysterically while it destroyed everything. Now, every time I see a robot in the wild, I think spy bot. You never know who's watching, controlling it. What was the old one with Sal? You mean Hal? That was 2001: A Space Odyssey. I just watched that too last weekend. Man, that movie sucked. That movie was so boring. It was like 2.5 hours long, man. I'm sorry. I thought it supposedly was my grandfather's favorite movie. Look, I don't fault him. You know, it came out in like the 60s, right? For what it was, it had great music, had great visuals, whatever. I bet you if I was stoned as shit too, I might have enjoyed it. But holy, I thought they could. There was like the first like hour of the movie was just, there was like barely any dialogue, nothing going on. Maybe it's just my TikTok brain. I don't really know, but I just felt as though that was a really boring movie. And I don't really necessarily like what the implications of it were either. And I think it's obviously shilling for like two things. It's shilling for like this weird alien panspermia thing that we came from another galaxy, a distant galaxy, right? That aliens kind of injected life onto our planet, and that's where we came from. And then at the same time, it's also showing us that, you know, buying into the kind of evolutionary model, which is exactly what the transhumanists buy into, the post-humanists. They think that we're going to evolve. We've evolved to this stage. Our next evolution is going to be transhumanism and eventually post-humanism. And that's kind of what that movie was, right? It kind of showed us it showed us as monkeys back in the day and throwing a bone up in the sky and fighting each other. And then it kind of showed them in space, and then it showed them going back to Earth at the end, right? And it was kind of like this like circular loop of this is how we came to be, right? And I think that's a lot of that philosophy is what we're seeing out in the open right now with robotics and AI and transhumanism and people talking about UFOs. I think that's what these people have bought into. And I think a lot of that actually is funded. Now, maybe I'll get into that. Maybe whenever we do our alien stream, maybe I'll look further into that and I will talk more. But the whole alien mythos, the Stanley Kubrick, 2001: A Space Odyssey, all these alien movies, I think kind of buy into that, the evolutionary myth. It kind of like that's like the core to it, right? Is that it's a removal of kind of the Christian paradigm and inserting this new paradigm that we kind of evolved from single cell amoeba, whatever the hell, up to monkeys, up to now, and now we're going to push further into the next evolutionary stage. Oh, I watched that movie though. Not good. Very boring. And I then watched another movie called Videodrome. Now that's a movie people should be watching. That movie, it was very, well, how do I want to put it? It was gross. There was some gross, very much some adult themes in it. But that movie was very good. And it reflects, maybe I should have talked about that more, delved into that. But maybe we'll talk about it in the future. But it absolutely is delving into kind of this, we have this psychological kind of feedback loop of the internet, seeing what's on the screen kind of infecting us and our minds and our thoughts. And we kind of give into what is being conjured up on the screen and making it a reality, right? Is it real? Is what we're seeing on the screen real, or are we making it real, right? This is kind of the idea of the hyperstition and Landian philosophy. And that's kind of what they were touching on in that movie. So if you're interested in that, check that movie out. But that was much better. That was much more interesting than 2001. Holy. Swing and a miss for me. I was just talking to a coworker today about E.T. Nobody hate me, but watching that movie as an adult convinced me it was very boring and extremely overrated. No, dude. I should watch that again too, because I haven't seen that movie in years. And I would probably have similar thoughts about that movie was probably garbo. Now thinking back on it, I think all these alien movies are just like, they're like playing into a broader psyop, which is the UFO delusion, which people have written about. Serge Manasse being one of them, Father Seraphim Rose being another one. And I think that we're slowly seeing this UFO delusion, this UFO propaganda narrative coming to its ultimate conclusion here.
Okay, figure robotics. Pretty cool sorting algorithm. Its job is to turn these packages upside down. And I guess we can just take one. Let's see, we're going to take one of these packages. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Oh, figured it out. Pretty cool. Wait, sorry about that again. And also this one. Its job is to flip them upside down. Yep. Yeah, it's really impressive, the figure 03. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, God.
Oh, he caught it.
No. Oh, what is it going to do? Let's see. Oh, it caught it. Nope. Yep, there it goes. Impressive. It's impressive. Wow. Boom.
Is this why
Okay,
Amazon?
robotic.
Is this why Amazon just fired 14,000 people and UPS I hear is on track to fire like 30,000 people? We got these people who can now stand there and do the same work that a blue-haired junkie can do. This shit is just kind of like, to me, I don't want to be black-pilled, but I just think when I'm at work, I just think about this. This is in the back of my mind. I think about this. I think about them raising the draft age, right? I think about, oh my gosh, what's even the point? I had a conversation with my boss at work about my next steps in the business and where I'm going to be going, where I'm going to be headed, and where I'm going to be ultimately moving on to. And all that's good and well, and I have no problems with it. But I just couple this kind of work that, it's like on the ground floor, this is what I'm doing, right? This is what I'm doing if I just put the blinders on and I just do. This is what I'm doing. This is what I need to achieve. These are like the short-term kind of goals of the day. And that's all good and well. But I just have this in the back of my mind, this kind of higher order thinking of like, this is the direction we're going. And you get people who say, well, it's not going to take every job. It can't take my job. This robot can't take my job. I'm safe. Okay. Maybe. Right? I say that. Maybe. Maybe for the time being. But if you've seen anything on this channel, it's that it's not about what's happening in a snapshot right now. Oh, they're taking these jobs. Well, those jobs are obsolete. It's not like that. It's not like we invented the Model T, so therefore horses are extinct. This is like an all-pervasive, it's not a hardware, right? It's a software. That's what it is. It's like a software update for the whole economy. It's not one sector who's going to be in trouble. There's sectors right now that are, they're in trouble right now. These basic bitch white-collar jobs, AI, coding, that kind of stuff, I think those are in trouble right now. But ultimately, this is the philosophy that they want to push for the future, is that it's a software update of the whole economy, and we want to automate everything that we possibly can. So to think of things in terms of like, well, this is taking these jobs right now, I'm safe. It's like, for now, dude, for now, you're safe. But this is the model. This is the efficiency functionalist model, is we want to get everything as efficient as possible. And that inherently is anti-human. Inherently. People don't seem to understand this. They overlook this. The boomers don't really care because they're on their way out, but they just look at these technologies like one little tidbit of an improvement in their sector, which is made, it's cell phones made pagers outdated. Okay. But that's not how it's happening, is that they want to raise up all of the society to an automated level. And they're trying, and they're starting in certain areas, and they're going to eventually come to a theater near you. Yeah, what about the plumber argument? Exactly. Well, plumber, they can't take my job. I'm a plumber. They can't take my job. I'm a ditch digger. Okay. For now, and then what are we like? And it's another thing too, is the logistics of it. Are we all just supposed to funnel into the trades, and then that's going to be oversaturated? And we're going to be paying people pennies on the dollar because half the economy has gone into the trades because everything else is taken? Is that really what we're going to be doing here? And then on top of it, on the back end, we're importing people from the third world who have no areas of expertise, and that's of course what they're going to be funneled into, is low-skilled labor jobs. So then you're going to be competing even further with the world. With the immigrants. It's going to suppress wages even more. That's a good straight way of saying it. It is inherently anti-human to prioritize efficiency as your top argument. Yes. Yes, and that's what all these freaking data nerds who need their heads dunked in the toilet, that's what they prioritize. That's their philosophy. I mean, I shouldn't say it's not just their philosophy. I mean, really, it's the philosophy of capitalism. Capitalism being the dominant, ethos of the West. it's only natural that functionalism and efficiency and dataism and these types of things will be regarded as the creme de la creme and what we're looking for. I meant value, not argument. Well, argument too. Honestly, I could make it. I'm going to be coming out with a Substack soon in the near future. I want to do it before the end of 2026. I'm going to be starting up the Substack, and there's going to be definitely some of the stuff I talk about here is going to be fleshed out way more. And I'm going to make arguments, whole arguments against this kind of stuff. So look forward to that if you're interested in any of this kind of stuff or any of these kinds of topics we talk about. There'll be some of those in store. I have a lot of writings already that are kind of like disparately connected, but I just need to put them all together and, flesh it out a little better. And it should be going. So we're going to try and make that happen soon. And once that happens, I'll be able to direct people there on my channel, and I'll be able to I'll probably go over articles on the channel as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to New York City. Explore the towering skyscrapers, bustling streets, and endless possibilities. Sit back, relax, and soak in the mesmerizing aerial views of this iconic metropolis.
I mean, okay, stop. Just stop. Think about this for a second. All these kids are loving this, right? They're looking at this thing and they're loving it and they're thinking, oh my gosh, it's so fun, right? But if you're looking at one individual piece of technology, like I said, the phone, the cell phone, that replaced the flip phone, which replaced the pager. You're looking at this gradual progression of a tool. When you look at this thing, how it's constructed, what it is doing, how it's operating, what do you think it's replacing? What do you think it's the upgrade of? You can look at it and be like, oh, look at this fun little tool. It's a tool. Is it a tool? It's a carbon copy of a person. So you can sit there and think about, oh, it's just a cool new gadget, but it's just like the cell phone replaced the pager. This is going to be replacing you, right? Am I crazy to look at this like that? Am I black-pilled? Am I a schizo?
You look lonely. I can fix that.
I'm going to tell my kids this is a symbolic manifestation of the world about to fall in love with wait, what? I'm going to tell my kids this is a symbolic manifestation of the world about to fall in love with and follow the techno Satan. And the one of the major problems with this, and I had this conversation with a coworker of mine, I got to stop talking to people at work. I really do. Because I was just so freaking black-pilled the last few days. Not good. After that conversation with my boss, he's talking about where I'm going to move up in the company, and I'm totally down with it. I'm down with it, putting the blinders on. I'm down with it and just doing the activity for, what it is. But when I think about things in a broader sense, I just think, what's the point, man? And it's very nihilistic thinking. I hate that. But I don't know what the options are. There's no more, you have to be working. You have to be part of this techno-capital society. Like, you have to. And it's like there is really no point in even bitching about it. You should just, you either go Kaczynski mode, right? You either crash out and go Kaczynski mode, or you go within and go through, right? And work through it. You either work without or you work through it. And working without has become increasingly more impossible. Either I become a bum, a homeless bum who lives under a bridge, or I keep the niceties I have and keep trucking along through this capitalist structure that is ultimately, our ultimate goal with this structure is to replace people. And so that's kind of like where I think, I don't know what the alternative is. There another alternative? Am I missing something? I know it's like move off the grid, but how do I do that with no money? Well, you have to get to a point where you have enough money to do that. And I hearken back to my philosophy teacher in college, and he said that I would have many conversations with him, and he said, me and my wife were very close to having fuck you money. And I was like, what is that? And he said, money to where we figured out all of our finances. We figured out exactly how much we need from now until we die. And we're very close to having that much money to where we can just stop working all together and we can just live. And I thought, that's probably what I need to get to. I need to get to that point. I need to get to that point sooner rather than later. So I almost feel like you have to be, and maybe this is the gambling mindset of people who are on, all these sports betting apps, but it's like, I have to go aggressive with a risk, with a gamble, with a bet on something, an investment. And I feel like you need to do this soon if you want to preserve yourself at all, preserve your freedom, preserve your autonomy. It's like, I feel like we need to be doing this, thinking about this now. You can't be thinking about retirement, because I don't even think that's really a thing. You have to be thinking about ways to escape now. So maybe that's how I need to think about it. Just put your blinders on, put your head down, rise through the ranks, become CEO, make millions of dollars, make great investments, and just get out as fast as possible. I don't know. They don't have to build it to look like human, do they? A robot can be anything. Exactly. You don't have to make it like a human. But they chose that. They intentionally chose it to look like a human. Let's all just become beggars. Yeah. Maybe I will. Ever heard the song "A Begging I Will Go"? That sounds familiar. But I think, I don't know. But we can't all do that, because who are you going to be begging from, right? Who are you going to be begging to? The robot? The robot's not going to give a shit. You can hold your sign up that says, AI took my job, please help me. But the AI is just going to give you the finger, flip you the bird. I don't know. I'm just like getting to this point, and I just hate, because like I said, I was talking to my coworkers about it, and they just don't get it. They just do not get it. Like the capitalist parasite, the capitalist philosophy has completely dominated people's minds of like, and my dad said this to me too. He said, every time you talk to somebody, the first thing they ask you is your name, and then what do you do, right? Where do you work? What's your line of business? That's like so ingrained in us to where we have placed our value to a currency, to a dollar. But to me, I think outside of that, and I think, no, there's more to humanity. There's more to us. There's more to what we should be doing. And I'm not saying, people then, again, the capitalist-minded people will say, you're just lazy. You just want handouts. You're just a bum. No. I'm not saying that. I think work is deeply ingrained in humanity. And in fact, this is actually going against that, because these people are trying to automate society to a point to where we don't have to work anymore, right? Isn't that what Elon Musk says? So that's like, I actually think that what they're going after is the bum mentality, is the handout mentality, the universal high income, right? That's the society that they're trying to make. And I don't want that. That's not what I'm saying. I just think that the work that we should be doing should be for human ends. They should be localized. It should be for you. The fruits of your labor should be reaped fairly immediately, right? The immediacy of my labor at a job that is completely abstracted, that is, I'm beholden to some shareholder who lives in Taiwan. It's like so abstracted. The work I'm doing is not for me. It's not fulfilling. It just provides me with this currency that then I can use for potential. And, it's just pure potential that I can use to do whatever I want with. But it's like, honestly, I feel like I would rather live, and that's very secure and safe. That's very secure and safe in how we do things. I get it. efficiency. We've, what's the word? Like, efficient. I'm trying to think of like the past tense of efficated. We've efficated work to such a degree to where we put it into this coin, into this dollar, to where it produces just pure potential out there in the market, in the world, so you can survive. But I almost feel like I would rather go back to a day, a time when I put my hands and my body to work on a farm, and that there was this kind of immediacy to my work, and there was this immediacy to life, and the risk reward was super high because we've evolved that way, right? That's how we've evolved. With every day, it's the highest amount of risk and the highest amount of reward. And it's like, for so long, you'd go out there to hunt the buffalo, and you had to. The thrust of life forced you into that mode. You had to go do that. Nature didn't care. It forced you out there. And that, that's sucked to a degree, and that's why we have these technologies. But there was something deeply ingrained in us that we'd go out there and we'd risk our lives for food. And if we hit it big. And if we didn't, that was the biggest risk of all. You'd be done. And now we've kind of equalized that. We've made it very stagnant and made it very secure in everything you do. And now even like the poorest people in our country, the people who have failed in the capitalist system, right? Even those people, it's not really that big of a failure. They still have all these safety nets. They still get EBT. They still get a place to stay, Section 8, whatever. Like, you still get provided for. So it's not even like we live in this capitalist society that's like make it or die. Because even that would be, I think, a little bit of what I'm saying about the high risk, high reward. But we've just evolved in such a way that that's what we want. And we don't get that anywhere. Everything is just stagnant and level. And I think that's partially why people are gambling, right? They want that high. They want that, high risk, high reward. I'm betting on the game. But I'm rambling. But there's something to that where I feel as though there's a longing in my soul for realness, for a real thrust in life, for real risk, for real reward. And to me, it doesn't feel like it's part of this techno-capitalist market. That's essentially what I'm saying. To me, it just feels very abstracted. It feels very foreign. It feels like something I don't even want to do. It doesn't, because again, it's anti-human ultimately. The philosophies driving it are anti-human. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't really know what that is. I don't know what I'm feeling. Maybe I need to flesh that out more, but I think there's something there. This is making me mega black pill. I gotta go cry. No, don't go cry. It's fine. We're gonna get into some funny shit here in a minute. Actually, we're gonna watch a video right now. We're gonna move along to this video. This was recommended to me twice, 2 times. So I thought I have to watch this on stream. I don't know what this is. This is gonna be we're gonna switch it up. Don't worry, Adorable Waffles. We're switching it up. And then we have some drama. We have the grift that keeps on grifting. And then maybe back to some black pill stuff. But I want to break, a little bit of a black pill break. And then we'll get back to our regularly scheduled black pilling. Oh, so true. I've talked about this with my coworkers. What do you do is such a huge part of what we are taught to see as our identity. I know. I wonder if people asked that question when we were like much more of an agrarian society and we were like a survivalist society. I wonder if people ask that. What do you do? And you look at them like, you're an idiot. I farm all day. I have kids. I raise my kids. I fight, the climate and the bears and shit. I do the same thing you do. I had a conversation with a woman from my parish once that went a similar way. When I told her I'd recently moved to the city, her first question was if it was about work that I moved. Yeah. Yeah, and so much of our lives are dictated by that, by the work, right? Where am I going to work? What am I going to do? It's not about, as much as people want to talk about the kind of globalist, liberal kind of world order, and the conservative people want to fight against that. That's part of it, right? Is that even if you're shilling for the capitalist mindset, even if you're a conservative person and you think markets and whatnot are the ideal, moving and uprooting yourself and moving to a big metropolis somewhere, that is not conservative. Moving away from your family, atomizing yourself, becoming an economic widget, that to me is not conservative. You're definitely onto something. I think I am too. I just got to flesh it out a little more, you know. This stream is it's more off the cuff, right? I'm doing a little more extemporaneous. But I think if I really sat there and thought through it and wrote it down, I think it would be much more polished and refined. Anyways, let's move along. I don't want people to get too upset in chat. That's not my goal here. That's not my goal. Even though I've been, you know, now I basically came to the conclusion with my coworker that I have to just, even though I don't really think he understood what the hell I was saying, I have to just work through, right? I have to just work through. If I'm not willing to go the bum route, the Uncle Ted route, whatever, then I have to work through. This is what I've been given. This is the circumstances laid out in front of me. And I should take what I can from that and transform it and apply it to the life I want to live. And I should not be so black-pilled that I miss out on opportunities that could help me achieve that. That's a big part. That's a big part of not being black-pilled, is having the mindset of how can I transform what's in front of me? How can I utilize the tools that have been given to me to in a positive way? So Adorable Waffles, don't be too black-pilled. We just got to be smart. We just got to be smart about it and try and work for the life that we want.
Before energy drinks ruled the world, there was Jolt Cola. Before energy drinks ruled the world, there was Jolt Cola. Double the caffeine, all of the sugar, and none of the subtlety. In the mid-'80s, Jolt didn't just quietly launch, it exploded onto shelves like a punch in the face. It sparked panic, rebellion, and some of the most chaotic Gen X stories told.
I think I had too much Jolt Cola.
And that's why today we're taking a look at Jolt, the 80s drink that scared parents senseless. But
Zero
before we
sugar.
get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History Food channel. After that, please leave a comment and let us know what other beverages of yesteryear you would like to hear about. Okay, time to mainline some totally tubular 80s facts.
I don't remember Jolt. I was not around during the Jolt era. I remember... Vault. You guys remember Vault? Vault was the kind of like Jolt Mountain Dew alternative. That was my shit. This shit, oh man, bro. Yes. I want more of this. This is such like an early 2000s vibe to it. I used to get this after church like every Wednesday. I'd get this and some hot fries from the vending machine after church. That was my caffeinated beverage. Probably was not good for me because that was late at night and I was like 10 years old. But I don't remember Jolt. I was not a Jolt enjoyer.
The year is 1985, and American parents are on edge. They're busy panicking about Dungeons & Dragons being a satanic recruitment tool, the Cold War, and their kids showing up to school in either neon colors with off-the-shoulder sweatshirts or looking like they walked off the set of Twisted Sister's Burn in Hell video. And into this nervous breakdown cannonballed Jolt Cola, a beverage that didn't just embrace controversy, it made controversy its brand identity. Jolt was created by C.J.
That's like
Rapp,
everything now.
And yes, that was his real name, and not just his DJ persona. Rapp was a former Canada Dry employee who noticed that every college and high school student he knew was basically DIYing their own cardiology emergency. They were double-fisting sodas, dumping Coke into the coffee, or chugging Pepsi like they were studying for a PhD in heart murmurs. Rapp carefully observed this behavior and thought, I better streamline this and sell it. And so, in what might be the most aggressively 80s idea of all time, Jolt Cola was born. That little can of wonder came out with about 70 milligrams of caffeine per 12-ounce can, which is more than twice what either Coke or Pepsi had.
That's not even that
just
bad.
To really make people feel amped, some bottles were shaped like actual batteries, because apparently subtlety died in 1983. If you're wondering how it tasted, the answer is not great. It was
what does a Monster have? Monster has like 200 milligrams of caffeine, and people drink like 2 of those a shift at work. This at 70? That's literally like 2 Cokes.
Pepsi and battery acid had a child and raised it in a dive bar that only played Guns N' Roses, while patrons were in the bathroom doing lines off the back of the toilet. But flavor wasn't the point. Jolt wasn't for sipping in the sun while covering yourself in baby oil and spritzing your hair with Sun-In. It was for slamming down so you could finish your homework before the caffeine ripped your soul from your body. And let's not get started on the design of the logo, which looked like a 7th grader created it in Microsoft Paint for their school project.
I
a
love
yellow
it.
lightning bolt and giant block letters that basically screamed Jolt. But again, not the point.
The cult of Jolt.
Jolt was originally marketed to students and young professionals, basically anyone who needed stimulant support but remembered to just say no to hard drugs, which was a big deal in the 80s.
It hurts his family, and it hurts his friends. I just want to shake some sense into you kids.
True to that marketing strategy, Jolt's
This
slogan
is
became
your
all the
brain
sugar
on-
and twice the caffeine,
on
which came
drugs.
across more of a challenge than a slogan. So as you might
This is your
expect,
brain on
teens ran
Jolt.
toward it like moths to a neon-lit bug zapper. Parents hated it. Some assumed Jolt was a gateway drug that led straight to cocaine. So one day your
I don't understand. Aren't all these people in the 80s, all these parents, aren't they drinking like pots of coffee every day? Aren't they smoking cigarettes all day? How is that worse than 70 milligrams of caffeine and no sugar? No sugar? Oh, that sounds pretty good to me. Hey, sign me up. I prefer this over basically anything. A cup of coffee is 95 milligrams. Exactly. You're drinking like a whole pot of that as an adult in the 80s and smoking 2 packs a day. And you're like, oh, God forbid my kid drinks a cola with 70 milligrams of caffeine. Okay.
kid is drinking a Jolt at 2 a.m. while alphabetizing the spice cabinet, and the next, they're freebasing pixie sticks behind the Safeway. And with that perception, a PTA meeting could turn into a caffeine witch trial whenever an authority spotted a can in a kid's backpack. That is exactly what Jolt was aiming for. After all, one way to get kids to want something is to get their parents to hate it. Sales skyrocketed and reached an estimated $50 million a year by the early 90s, and grabbing 1% of the entire soda market, which doesn't sound like a lot, but is actually enormous, especially for a drink that tasted like a cross between battery acid and a dare. With the hype growing, Jolt started expanding its empire. There was Jolt 25, released in 1987 as a low-cal version, as well as new flavors like Cherry Bomb, Citrus Climax, Orange Blast, White Lightning, Red Eye, and Electric Blue. Basically, if a color could stain your tongue for 3 days, Jolt turned it into a flavor. Despite being legal, schools treated Jolt as contraband. Some teachers confiscated cans from lockers, like prohibition agents busting moonshine stills. News outlets ran stories about youth caffeine addiction, and there is a better-than-average chance that this is what inspired Saved by the Bell to bring the world the cautionary story of caffeine-addicted Jesse Spano, who taught American kids the dark truth of being so excited and so scared. But concern grew for more reasons than just sugar vibes, and regulators started paying attention. In 1998, the Center for Science and Public Interest called out Jolt specifically and pushed the FDA to regulate the amount of caffeine in sodas. CSPI's report argued no soda should ever exceed 65 milligrams of caffeine per serving, and several states even explored adopting that limit formally, though none of them actually pulled the trigger. And then there was the big one, lithium citrate. Yeah, Jolt contained trace amounts of a compound sometimes used in mood stabilizers. Before Reddit loses its mind,
Ooh.
the FDA later determined it was safe at the dose used. But the PR backlash did real damage. But to parents, that just added fuel to the fear. And Jolt delivered both caffeine and controversy in bulk.
Hey, Newman.
While high schools were busy banning it, an entirely different group was embracing Jolt with open, albeit trembling, arms. Enter computer programmers. In the late 80s and early 90s, Jolt became the unofficial drink of Silicon Valley's sleep.
LOL, Bang has 300 milligram and is marketed to kids. Yeah, dude, I feel like, do we just not give a shit about our kids anymore? Maybe that's really the moral of the story, is that in the 80s, they really cared about their kids and what they were getting into. Dungeons and Dragons, Jolt, like, oh, Satanic Panic. Now it's like parents are like, oh, you're on Discord for 12 hours a day and you're drinking Bang. Hey, what can you do, right? What can you do?
Deprived elite. Coffee was for babies. These people needed something with a kick more like rocket fuel. Mini fridges overflowing with Jolt were tucked under desks. Coders would crush can after can while debugging at 3 a.m. LAN parties ran entirely on Jolt and bagel bites, a combination the people at OSHA absolutely should have investigated. Even the 1995 film Hackers includes Jolt. Cans appeared.
I started watching that movie. It was not good. I got about 30 minutes into it and I was like, dude, this is boring.
Throughout the neon hacker lair, half crushed next to rollerblades and CRT.
Oh, but what's funny about that movie though is in the beginning he's a hacker, right? He's hacking the whole planet, right? In the beginning he's hacking into a local TV station, and there's a station that he hacks into that is called America First, and it shows just like a blip of it where this guy's in a suit, fat guy in a suit with glasses, older gentleman, and he's talking about like Southern Dixie and like segregation and shit like that. I thought that was funny. I thought, hey, that's just like Nick Fuentes. Look at that.
Monitors the size of washing machines, both product placement and set design that reflected reality. It didn't stop there. Jolt popped up all over pop culture, appearing in Jurassic Park, MST3K, 30 Rock, and more recently, in Stranger Things. Basically, any show needing a visual shorthand for chaotic net energy dropped a can of Jolt in the scene. But all good things, and some highly questionable ones, must come to an end. By the late 90s, Jolt was losing ground, and not because people got any more reasonable when it came to caffeine intake. It was because in 1997, a little drink called Red Bull arrived in the US and said, "We're not a soda, we're a lifestyle." It was sleek, extreme, and allowed you to do things like jump out of planes or skateboard over a school bus. Jolt looked like a gas station impulse buy, while Red Bull looked like a sport. Then came Monster, Rockstar, and the entire modern energy drink.
That's more my speed, Monster. I remember when I was like 12, that was like the drug, right? Oh, you'd want to have gum at school and try and hide it because for some reason they really cared about kids chewing gum. I don't really know why. But you try and hide that your stride gum, and then afterwards we'd all go to the bowling alley and get Monster Energy, and we would try and hide it from the adults because it was 180 milligrams of caffeine. Probably not very good for us, but we used to mix them together and chug them, take shots of them. To be a kid again. To be a kid again. Monster Energy.
Drink arms race. Strangely, people seem to be way more tolerant of highly caffeinated drinks when the marketing isn't specifically designed to make them think you're poisoning their children. Or maybe that's not so strange. Ironically,
I guess you did have that. Speaking of parents caring about their children, you did have that one crazy lady who was like talking about the Hebrew lettering on the Monster can. And if you flip it upside down, it's like 666 or whatever. I guess you did have that lady. Let's see if we can pull that up. Is that going to be on here? Here she is.
The letter Vav is also the number 6. Short top, long tail. Short top, long tail. You could have here in Hebrew 666 on the can.
On the can.
My interest is the word monster. What do you see in the O? There's a cross. Okay. What has Christ got to do with an energy drink, let alone the name Monster? So I thought, well, maybe this is a Christian company then. BFC at the bottom of the can. Do you know what that stands for? That's the F word. Big can. In fact, they write it on the side of the can, so I know that's the F word. Okay. Now, do you know what a MILF is? Yes. That's on the box. MILFs, dig it, and you will too. This is not a Christian company at all. The letter...
What does she do? She does like the bottoms up, And the devil laughs, right? Doesn't she do something like that? But I guess we did have our own kind of version of the satanic panic for Monster. We didn't know what we had until it's gone. Now, where are all the Karens out there? The Karens have been stomped out. They've been stomped out. We need Karens to come back. We need somebody to raise our children. We need somebody to call out the satanic energy drinks. The capitalist elite poisoning us. We need Karens to come out and call this shit out.
Energy drinks, which a lot more people consume these days, have way, way, way more caffeine than Jolt ever did. Some even clock in at as much as 300 milligrams per can. It does spur the question, was Jolt the harbinger of a real problem, or was it just too early in a beverage trend? Whatever the case, it seems that Jolt ran so that Red Bull could give you wings to fly. Meanwhile, the company tried everything to stay relevant. In 2003, they licensed the brand name to Gum Runners to make caffeinated gum. And in 2006, they rebranded as Jolt Energy with new packaging. All, however, to little avail. In 2009, Jolt filed for bankruptcy, and in 2011, production stopped on this groundbreaking drink. After the production stoppage in 2011, it seemed that Jolt had officially flatlined. Or did it? Because just like the Fast and the Furious film series, Jolt refuses to die. In 2017, it made a small comeback at $1.
It's weird. Monster energy drinks are the only things in the grocery store without the U mark for kosher. Well, that's the thing, King of Sheba, is that it's for the Goyim. It's not for the chosen people. It's for the Goyim because it's filled with poison. Don't you see? Every time you drink it, you're poisoning yourself. So the Jews will go into the store and they'll look at it and they'll go, oh, it's not kosher. They'll put it back. But we, our stupid cattle, we chug that shit by the gallon. And it's poisoning us slowly. It's because the Hebrew lettering. That's probably what it is, literally. She's probably right. That lady's probably right. And we all made fun of her for it.
General, which is the perfect place for a retro chaos soda to respawn. But just like neon jumpsuits, it had no staying power and was gone again by 2019. But have no fear, your Jolt is near. In 2025, it was announced that Jolt was coming back. Well, sort of. The marginally drinkable soda, you remember, is staying in its grave. This new Jolt is a modern energy drink. A sports nutrition company called Redcon One is relaunching the brand to compete with Monster and Red Bull. The new Jolt will offer 200 milligrams of caffeine, 0 sugar, and a sleek energy drink design. And this time it won't be marketed to kids, but rather to the adults who were forbidden to drink it when they were kids back in the 80s. A true full circle moment.
Marketed to the inner child.
By parents will now be sold to parents. Thanks to panic, chaos, and ER visits, Jolt Cola left a legacy bigger than anyone expected. It paved the way for the energy drink explosion and turned caffeine into a lifestyle. It didn't taste great, and it didn't age well, but for one brief, brilliant moment, it was the drink. The drink that got you banned from school, sent to the ER, or declared a hero for bringing it to the party. So pour one out. Carefully, please. Those cans were pressurized like paint shakers. And remember, sometimes the wildest ideas burn the brightest, even if they crash just as fast. So what do you think? And were you ever a fan of Jolt Cola? Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it, check out some of these other videos from
I remember Rockstar too. Rockstar, that was another big one at the time. Four Loko, I never got on the Four Loko train. I had one sip of a Four Loko one time, and that was it. But then shortly after that, they took the caffeine out of it, and it was just like a stupid high alcohol sugar drink. And it was just like, I think the caffeine was what made it special. Oh, just put the cocaine back in the Coca-Cola, exactly. I drink coffee, espresso, tea, but I never drank energy drinks. Never got on board with that. Yeah, I used to drink energy drinks every day. When I worked at Amazon years ago, I used to drink a orange Monster. That was my shit. I would drink one. I used to get them delivered to my house in bulk, and I would drink one a day. Because you don't want to be drinking hot coffee when you're out in the sun, when you're moving. So I get it for, you know, efficiency and like ease. But ever since I've got the job I have now, I've just been drinking coffee. Coffee is just so cheap. It's so quick. It's just like water. I mean, it's literally just water. Caffeinated water. Feels much more simple, right? Feels much more simple, much healthier, much more natural. Doesn't feel like it's chemically. Orange, you psycho. Dude, the orange one's good. I like the orange one. I like orange soda, so if you're not an orange soda guy, you probably wouldn't like it. What is it? Like something ultra sunrise? Yeah, ultra sunrise. Yeah, that was the shit. I love this one. I used to chug these things, man. I'd drink it in like 20 minutes. And then I would be zooming. I would be zooming at each stop. What flavor did you drink? What flavor did you drink, King of Sheba? Let me guess, the white one? The white monster? You fucking normie? All the real ones drank the orange monster. Every once in a while, I would get the blue. I like the blue one, too, like the zero sugar original blue one. That one's pretty good, too. That one would take me back. That would take me back to middle school. White, yeah, of course. Of course, you normie. I was early to the Phantom. I actually hate the white monster. Don't kill me. I do not like that. It's too sweet. The orange one was, it was, you know, citrusy. It was like orange soda. I liked it. It was, the white one was just, it was just like cloyingly sweet. It was just too much. Oh man, dude, I bet you if I smelled an orange monster right now, if I smelled an orange monster and a monster and a Camel cigarette, dude, that would probably take me back to freaking Amazon days. I was putting down monsters and smoking a pack a day, dude. That shit was pretty keno. I'm not gonna lie. I miss that. I kind of miss it. I think about sometimes going back and doing that, but now I just feel like I can't. You know, they're laying people off. They're firing people. AI's taking over. They're taking over my dream job. Anyways, that was a good video. I had that recommended to me twice. So I thought I have to watch it. I have to watch it now. Sometimes people send me stuff and I, you know, it's not you, it's me. Sometimes I overlook it if you ever send me anything. But if I get it twice, if I recognize, oh, you've sent this to me before, it must be something good. And this was a good video. So thank you to whoever recommended this. This was a good video. Took me back. And I didn't even drink Jolt, but it took me back to my middle school days of drinking Monster. Anyways, okay, we're going to move along. We have, man, Elijah is getting into it again. More drama is coming out. He really is I have attached myself to a grift that just keeps on grifting, keeps on giving, man. Every other week, it seems like there's something coming out about him and his degenerate ways. And we have a bombshell that just dropped today. So, and we're going to be bringing in a new person who's tied up into this. Sarah Stock comes out, and there's some audio recording of her, but she's implicating another person in his sex pest ways, who we're also going to be taking a look at. And she might be somebody I absolutely, you know, some of these people I just hate. I hate them. I hate these people. You know, it's like that woman propaganda guy. I just hate these people's vibe, and they offer nothing to society. They offer no interesting ideas. Their personalities suck. They're not funny. They're saying the funny line. No, he said the funny line. But they just don't give us anything. And to me, it feels like they're propped up there by someone to go out there and shill this crap. And they're grifting ultimately. Either they're being propped up to shill crap, or they're doing it of their own accord to grift off of the conservative right-wing people. So Lily Gaddis, another person. Oh, just these people, this new stock of people, this new breed of right-wing influencers, they got to go, man. I think about the 2016 days. We at least had some quality ideas and quality content and quality debates. You had Nick Fuentes, whatever you feel about him. He's at least smart and he at least has some interesting ideas and he's funny. We had Stefan Molyneux. We had Jay Dyer. We had, right? Like these people are like philosophy, like they write books. They have interesting ideas. They're like, now this breed of people in this go around, this Trump 2024 administration, they're garbage, man. Has there been anybody who's in this sphere in my chat? Has there been anybody new who's came about who you've thought that's a really interesting thinker? That's a good person to follow and a good person to watch. Nobody. I feel like none of these people. All the manosphere people too, I feel like are just there's nothing there. There's nothing there. I don't glean anything from them. It's all just masturbatory. It's all just going out with my Lambo, with my girls, and you need to fuck bitches and get money. And it's like, that's the idea. That's the interesting intellectual idea you're putting forth here. No, this is not what people want or need. So even those people who have rise through the ranks are just ridiculous. Who's somebody else? Who else am I missing people? Like I'm trying to think of some other new people who have sprouted about in the last couple of years who have gotten big. I don't think everyone who is not authentic is being propped up by the government. Not even the government necessarily. I'm saying just big capital. Like there's a funder, there's a venture capital fund. They're working. It's like a sinecure, right? They're being propped up to shield propaganda and points for one reason or another. It might not even be that they're like I said, the kind of way to go about it is not that you're a fake person and every line is scripted. I'm not saying that, but it's to get people to buy into you, to buy into your movement, to buy into what you're saying, and you inch them towards things that maybe somebody, a Peter Thiel type might want, right? Even like Clavicular, that's a new guy. What the hell does he offer? Nothing. He offers nothing. It's just like meaningless bullshit streams where he sits around with women and he sits around with rappers and all this bullshit and they don't do anything. Now he's shooting at animals in Florida. Okay. I guess that's not really what he's supposed to be, but like he's heralded as some sort of right-wing figure. And it's just like, I just think this is degenerate and stupid and brain rotted. I mean, it's hard to find any political thinkhead online, left or right, who's actually interesting or has personality. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that because you're watching somebody right now who has a lot of interesting stuff to say and has a very good personality. Thank you very much. He's interesting because he does meth and has been taking steroids and peptides since he was 13, right? That's what we get. That's the type of people we get. It's no longer blood sports debates. Who debates anymore? Like, do people even debate anymore? When's the last time Nick Fuentes has had a debate? Styx Hexenhammer, what the hell is he doing? He used to debate all the time on libertarianism. He used to be a pretty big guy who used to debate. J.F. Garepi was another one back in the day. Stefan Molyneux. I see Jay Dyer has been debating. He's been going on a tour. Very good. I like that. It just feels like nobody really back then, not many of them are really doing the blood sports anymore. We've all just kind of moved on. Maybe they're all just blackpilled and they're done. And they're like, who cares? The guy we wanted to get in office is in office and he is sucking a fuck. So who cares? Styx had a stroke. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess, that's what he says. That's what he claims. I was just thinking about people not debating. Yeah, there used to be like a debate every freaking week, man. There used to be like, oh, dude, so-and-so, Styx and Stefan Molyneux are debating. Oh, Jay Dyer and Nick Fuentes are debating. Oh. Now it's just like, oh, Destiny, right? Destiny and Nick are debating. Oh my gosh, it's going to be epic. Let's watch it tonight. It's going to be on the kill stream. Now it's like, what do we have? I mean, you have the Crucible. The Crucible's a thing. I like Andrew Wilson. I think he's pretty good. He's like a legit debater. Like I feel like he knows what he's doing. But he's been around too for a while. I mean, I used to see him back, I think before COVID, he was around. So he probably came around during the first Trump administration as well. Styx had a stroke. Do you follow that Kino Casino? They've been detailing all that. I don't know, man. He might be lying about the stroke. He might be doing it for pity points. He's on the run basically from the law. So I don't really know what the hell's going on with him. He's got a lot of problems. People don't watch others online for personality anymore. Now it's for the circus of it all. No, I think it's actually what you should have said there is people don't watch others online for the information or for the intellectual pursuit anymore. They now just watch people for the personality and the circus, but that goes along with the personality. It's tied into one. Now, I mean, we used to want to see who's going to debate, the moral position on abortion or whatever, like the moral position on nationalism, on immigration, on religion, whatever, Islam, Catholicism, whatever, Orthodox. We used to watch all these. Now it's like, who's even really doing this anymore? Now we just get drama. We don't even get debates anymore. We just get drama. But it's not even good drama. You know, it would be actually fine if the drama was done in a 1v1 winner-take-all blood sports format. That shit would be awesome. If Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes got into it, got onto the kill stream and went at it, that would be awesome. But they don't even do that. They just do these gay back and forth responses in the DMs, basically. And it's just like, and then you need somebody like me who's going to collate all of it and explain it. Nick Fuentes and Steven Crowder should have a debate about staying on the Trump train. They should, yeah. Oh, Alex Jones, I guess. You know, I guess he kind of debated with Nick for a little while there, didn't he? They kind of did a little back and forth. I just feel like a lot of people, like with Nick specifically, I feel like he's at a point right now to where he doesn't feel like he needs to debate anymore because he's big enough and debating would only hurt him. That's what I feel like. Which sucks because it's content for us plebs. His hair is like, what is going on? Anyways, I'm going to take a quick second. We'll come back. We're going to get into the Elijah drama. Warning, some graphic language. Some graphic language in this content. So just a warning for everybody out there. But we're going to get into this. I'm going to take a quick second. I'm going to go and get some Wawa, and I'm going to hit the little girl's room. So give me one quick second. And don't nobody go nowhere, and don't you dare touch that dial. We're back. What's wrong with Big Boy? Nothing's wrong with Big Boy. I haven't had Big Boy since I was a big boy. Since I was a child. I would like to go there. There's like none around me though. I want to try it out. See if it was just as good as I remember. Besides the weird childhood obesity mascot. Yeah, that thing. I remember that. That guy, he had the tray. Very weird. I was thinking though a little bit more when I was in the bathroom. Bathroom's always a wonderful place because that's where thoughts just beam into your head, right? That's where the real thinking occurs. Especially if you don't have your phone with you. But I was thinking about what I was talking about with work. And you know, it's like work in the format that we have it is not a human endeavor. That's really what it is. Like, I need to make a distinction between real human endeavors and the capitalist kind of construction of work. And really the way we do it now, the way we work in this, the corporate world or whatever, that's just like a placeholder. That's just like a link for you to be able to have real human endeavors. Like there's things that people all want to do. They like having a family, owning your own house, having your land, having your whatever, real actual human endeavors. It's like the work itself though, people get it twisted where it's like the work itself is not the human endeavor. This type of work is not the human endeavor. This work, the work of this channel, the work of my family, the work of, working on my body, working out, right? Going to church, cooking, right? These types of things. If I had a farm, right? Something like that. That's a human endeavor. That's like work for the soul, for the human, for the person. And that is the ends of that work. Whereas the work in the capitalist structure currently is like very inhuman. And it's not a human endeavor. It's like it's to link you to your human endeavors. That's what maybe how I need to think about it. Again, something there I need to flesh out, but I think there's something there where it's just, I think there's truth to that. Real human endeavors versus anti-human endeavors. I'm trying to think if there's more like, I want to know if there's another example I can give of like an anti-human endeavor that's like similar to that. I mean, obviously, like murder is obviously an anti-human endeavor, but even that is like, I don't know, man. There actually is something very human about even murdering somebody, right? That's very human. I mean, that's literally like the first story of the Bible. It's like Cain and Abel's murder, right? That's like one of the most human things. So it's not just like anti-human doesn't necessarily equate to just bad. Although I would say that a lot of times it is, obviously, but there's something like there's anti-human things that are actually kind of like morally neutral, like going to work, right? And like I said, I think that's a lot of times is very morally neutral, but it's anti-human nonetheless. It's not a real human endeavor. Maybe it's something like work God created versus work man created. Yeah, and there's like a human abstraction element to it as well. Kind of like having. Maybe there's another element to where, like talking to an OF chick, right? That's like an abstraction. That's like, and that's one level of bad. But what if it was like an AI OF chick, right? That's like an even more inhuman endeavor, an inhuman, versus talking to a real woman in real life. Like the abstraction is way more close to home. It's way more immediate. And like the OF thing is bad in and of itself. It's morally bad, I would say. But there's also another layer to it that is also inhuman, right? Like it's almost like and I would say it's even more, I don't know, I'd have to think about it. Like talking to an AI girl online is even worse to me than talking to a real girl online. And then talking to a girl in real life is, I would say, less worse than talking to the girl online. Maybe, would I say that? Maybe not. Maybe it's not worse, but it's more anti-human. I don't know. There's something to it. It has to do with things that involve the human body less and less. Yeah. Yeah. The spirit of abstraction, right? The spirit of our age. Anyways. Bodies are a fundamental part of our humanity. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. There's something, there's again, things that need to be fleshed out. That's an article. That's a something I have to really think about and delve into and talk to people about and see what they think. Talk to people much smarter than I. Okay, so drama alert. We have more Elijah grifting drama that is being leaked. Elijah Schaffer was at CPAC recently, and this came out just yesterday, where somebody confronted him at CPAC and was trying to ask him about the scandal with Sarah Stock that recently happened. And he avoided it. He tried to run away from it. So let's see, which is probably what I would do too, to be honest, but let's take a look. Who are these people?
I know. Just in case you forgot.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, dude, nice to see you.
Yeah, you have time for some questions?
No,
I wanted to
I
ask you about the divorce and everything.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Why is that?
Brother. Because I don't.
Why? Do you feel bad for it at all?
Turns
Why, did you feel bad for it at all? Any remorse at all? Why are you running away?
Why are you running?
No, I'm right here. Let's talk.
Have a nice day.
No, come back. I'm right here, dude. What are you walking away for?
Brown.
Yeah.
Not American.
Not American. Well, Well, you're always going to be a cheater and a loser. Yeah, well, my wife's still with me, Elijah.
Yeah, I don't want your wife, dude.
You're not going to get anybody's wife. You're a loser. You're probably closeted. So, Elijah, what's the plan? Are you going to stay in Frisco? Are you going to move back to Florida or what? I'm not Elijah's type. I'm not skinny and. Have you seen your boss? Yeah, you don't think he does? No, I don't need to wear a suit. Yours doesn't even fit you, bro. You're not even. Look, it's not even.
Oh
no,
my
it's not
gosh.
fitting. You're all baggy and shit. So, which twink are you for Elijah? Do you have to keep your door boarded? Do you live with him now, or do you have to keep your door boarded up at night so he doesn't like hit you?
Number one, bro.
Twink number one. What's your bit?
You?
Where do you come from? Yeah, what's your bit? You look a lot like this guy named Josiah. He's got like a type, doesn't he?
Yes.
Stop it. Stop. Just stop it, okay?
Get some
Cut
help.
it out. Stop.
Dude, you could tell it triggered the shit out of him when he said that about his. When he turned around here.
I'm right here, dude. What are you walking away for?
Brown.
Yeah.
Not American.
Not American. Well, you're always going to be a cheater and a loser. Yeah, well, my wife's still with me, Elijah.
Yeah, I don't want your wife.
Ooh! He turns around. You can tell that one. Ooh, that one hit home.
Yeah, I don't want your wife, dude.
You're not going to get anybody's wife. You're a loser. You're probably closeted. So, Elijah, what's the plan? Are you going to stay in Frisco? Are you going to move back to Florida or what?
I think he's in Texas now.
I'm not Elijah's type. I'm not skinny and. Have you seen your boss? Yeah, you don't think he does? No, I don't.
Yeah, why would he say that? Why would he say that? Why would he say that when his suit doesn't even fit? You can tell he just whipped it out of somebody's closet. He's probably wearing Elijah's suit. Elijah probably came with like shorts and flip flops, and Elijah's like, no, you're gonna wear one of my suits. We gotta roll in here. We gotta roll in here looking good. We have to roll in here LARPing.
Look, it's not even fit. No, it's not fitting. You're all baggy and shit.
Dude, it does not fit at all, man. Oh, jeez. Why would you bring that up? That shit's always so juicy when somebody brings up something like that. Dude, you're not wearing a suit, and then his doesn't even fit. Like, oh man, the deflection. Shing. Normalize ostracizing cheaters. Yeah. Yeah. Elijah. And then he tries, you notice how in the beginning he just instantly tries to call him a S slur. I don't need to listen to you. I don't need to listen to what you're saying. I did. You're not American, so I don't need to. It's like, dude, I lost it at the suit being baggy and shit. Dude, the JCPenney fit on the twink. Oh my gosh. Chef's kiss for the fashion roast. Bro, the Brittany Venti video is gonna go crazy on this. Oh man, we might have to react to that, dude. Her last one on Sarah Stock and him was freaking beautiful. A brutal Feltoning, absolutely. Okay, so now we have this was separate. This was at CPAC just recently. But apparently Jada McNeil today dropped some Sarah Stock audio where she confirmed that Elijah Schaffer was with Isabella Moody, who's this other right-wing conservative grifter that we will delve into a little bit, some of what she's been up to. And so he was sleeping with her when he was at the Blaze. This is alleged from Elijah Schaffer in this audio clip, is that he was with Isabella Moody way prior to the Sarah Stock stuff that we found out about. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, I don't really like.
Oh, and this is the Josiah guy that he mentioned in here. He said, you look kind of like Josiah. That is Isabella's husband, potentially. We don't really know. Honestly, some people are skeptical about whether or not they're actually married. But apparently she's pregnant with somebody's kid.
Yeah, I don't really like them. I don't like Josiah and Isabella.
Have you
I
met
don't either.
them?
Yeah. I'm like on good terms with them. But like they were randomly beefing with me for no reason, and then they kind of like ended up like apologizing because it was like completely unwarranted and fully like one-sided.
Right.
And so they ended up like apologizing and then pretending to like be like my bestie and stuff. And it's actually kind of weird because
They're fake. They're all
we're
fake.
friends with like Trey, who's kind of friends with him, which I don't know if you know who that is, but
No.
Trey was gonna come hang out.
Trey is the guy who he runs AF Post, or at least as a writer for AF Post, which is America First Post, which is not affiliated with America First or Nick Fuentes, but interestingly enough, that's who she's referencing there.
Out with like me, and at that time he's like my fiance because we're friends with him. And then Trey was gonna come, and then like he like brought Josiah with him. And so like Josiah's like been to my house basically one time. Yeah.
Is he a weirdo? What's his deal?
I don't really like his vibe. Like he was basically like acknowledging like, oh yeah, me and Isabel, like it's totally grifty. Like we don't really like take it seriously. Like we're just trying to make a bit of money and just like have fun. Like I don't think women should be in politics anyway.
Yeah.
Like kind of, and I'm just like, okay. It's kind of like slob content. I don't know. Like,
Yes, it
like
is.
a reason to hate him, but I just don't really like his vibe.
He's admitting it.
It's kind of funny though because he was kind of like shit talking Elijah even.
Oh my gosh, the vocal fry, dude. Lady, can you please just talk like a normal person? Please, I beg of you. Please, just enunciate, just talk like a normal person. For the love of God. It's just like slob content, you know. I can't imagine being in this mindset. If my partner fucked somebody I work for and relished every moment, I'd probably just end it. I guess some people like being cucked. Yes, and what we're going to find out a little bit about this guy, Josiah, seems like he doesn't mind that lifestyle, clearly. But yeah, this is very strange. He basically admitted to her, is what she's saying, that they're just grifting. Yeah, this is just a grift. We just post slop content, which they do. I don't actually follow him like at all, but all her content is absolute just grift apocalypse, nonstop grifting. She jumped on this stupid right-wing bandwagon in 2024, whatever. I don't know exactly when she jumped on it, but she's been very prominent recently, just like that Lily Gaddish chick, just like that woman propaganda guy. And they're all saying the base talking points. Oh, great. Excellent. And it's just slop entertainment content. There's nothing of value there. None of the ideas are founded in anything real, nothing original. They have not delved into any of these things intellectually. And so as a politics as something noteworthy, completely trash. If you're just going it, listen, if that's what you want, if you want stupid slop politics, entertainment, infotainment, I guess it might be, then they're right up your alley.
Really?
Yeah, like he was even saying someone, I think he was trying to say something about like making some joke about like, well, don't have any freedom because I'm married now or something like that. Then he was like, unless you have like an Elijah Schaffer version of marriage or something like
Yeah.
that. And then he was like laughing and basically like, yeah, he just doesn't even give a shit.
Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, that guy like confuses. I don't know anything about these people, by the way, except that I know that Elijah has been with Isabel. And Josiah knows. I think he like encouraged it. So like, I know that they like swing and all that kind of stuff, but I'm just like, I don't know how
he is a cock. He is a cock.
Still be friends with like a guy that like fucked your wife, basically. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's like really weird.
And you
Isn't
know
that
about
strange?
it. Yeah, I always found that weird, and I kind of just wonder if they like have something on each other, too.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, Josiah was his producer.
That's a situation where I totally think they have something on each other.
Yeah, but it's even more than that. It's like they're like in contact all the time, calling each other. They have a friendship.
Yeah.
Which is
That's
like
one of his, I feel like that's one of his like only friends.
Yeah.
Which makes me not really like him, because that's just weird.
Right. Yeah.
Also strange that she's admitting to all this shit,
Yeah,
but
I don't really.
it's also strange that she's admitting to all this, but then she also slept with Elijah. Like, what? Is this after she slept with him and she realized, oh man, I regretted it. So now I'm going on the offensive. Yeah, I think it's Australian accent. I think this is his wife's brother, right? His brother-in-law who's doing the tell all. I wonder if there's going to be more leaking out from this. She just did a tell all over Elijah's whole past sexual history. Whew. And we already know when he was at the Blaze, he got fired for being a sex pest, as people put it. I think it was Sarah Gonzalez chick who worked there. He was feeling her up or something. I don't really know the exact details. I don't know if that was ever disclosed, but he got basically fired because of that. He was bothering her. So this is Isabella Moody. This is what she does. This is what she basically just she's like the mean girl, the racist mean girl. That's her shtick. That's her grift. And she works for Censored.tv, which is Gavin McGinnis's website, which makes me believe that Gavin is, I guess, just for entertainment. It's just for entertainment value. But she and Lily Gaddis and the woman propaganda lady or guy, whatever, they all work for Censored.tv, and they just post the worst slop imaginable.
Wow, the first shout out request that I have is a faggot.
Whoa, okay. I guess I should have. But anyway, I'm not even going to play this. I'm not going to play this. I'm not going to play that. We're not going to play that. But she literally posts this kind of like weird, people pay her to roast them, essentially. To do this like humiliation, like it's like FinDom. Do you guys know what FinDom is? Like financial domination. She posts that shit online. She's supposed to be this right-wing e-girl, conservative trad influencer. I think there was one of them where somebody posted where she even said at the end of this whole long 2-minute video where she's basically railing into this guy to go to church. It was like, dude, lady, what is this? This is so just perverse. And I'm not the only one who thinks this, right? This guy says this is sex work. You're literally doing sex work. You are a prostitute. She's got more where she does content for racial shit, racial humiliation shit, cuck shit, like weird, man, weird stuff.
So here's a little snippet. So here is Isabella's husband, Josiah, big groiper, both of them big groipers.
This is her husband.
He's a wigger. He's 5'4". But
hey, nothing wrong with that.
About,
nothing wrong with that.
Just his time at the Blaze and some stuff regarding Isabella, whatever.
just done. And once I started to have more of a social life, like whenever I would go out to go see Taylor or whenever I would come hang out with Isabella or whatever, I noticed that there was some just some disapproval or like passive aggressiveness that was
famous for that. I thought you knew, but okay.
Yeah, so it was like you have a social life, but then
So what he's talking about right now is, this is what I was told by, again, many people, Turning Point people, Blaze, Congress. This is all the people that she's slept with just in the conservative spaces. James O'Keefe and his organization. This is just the conservative spaces. And how did these two meet? Well, Isabella was working for the Blaze, half the staff there. And Josiah, he ran a fan account for Elijah Schaffer, and Elijah Schaffer had him go out to Texas, and Josiah was living on his couch. And what he's talking about right now is his fallout with Elijah Schaffer, or his moving away from Elijah Schaffer. I think they're still cool, but they weren't as close because he went from sleeping on Elijah's couch to sleeping on Isabella's couch. And this aligns with what I was told by a few different people. And he would go over there all the time. He'd hang out at her place.
So he was working for Elijah at the Blaze. She also at the same time was there. She was basically the pump and dump of the office, it sounds like, of all of this group, of the Elijah Schaffer group. And listen, I don't know the lad. If he's 5'3", listen, I love my short kings out there, but maybe he was getting the short end of the stick. And he is basically vying for her. Like he said, he went from sleeping on Elijah's couch to her couch and jumped to her. And now they're apparently married. So weird.
While she was actively fucking people that they were hanging out with as a group. So she'd be fucking his friend. He'd be there as a total simp. He was simping for ever. And in this interview, he even admits it, that for years he's been simping after this chick. He saw her on TikTok and he had to have her. But it just so happened that he was hanging out with people that already had her. So it's even more embarrassing.
He really just wanted me to be committed, dedicated, like 100% slightly offensive. And I think that whenever he saw
you're
me
not
hanging out-
working on slightly offensive on your social time. So what's the problem?
Well, I was for so long.
Oh.
Right? It was.
That was Cope. Walk that back. He doesn't know what to say. Also, her face. He doesn't know what to say. So why was Elijah Schaffer mad that he was out doing that and not out hanging out with Isabella? That's weird. And this is the response.
I was for so long.
Oh.
Right? It was. Like, pretty much, I was working 13 hours some days with Elijah. Like, yeah. Because
hey, by the way,
working 13
by
hours.
the way, when it comes to Groypers, Nick Fuentes ruining people's lives, I also got word that Josiah lost his fucking job for the Nick Fuentes shit. So good work there, buddy. He was supposed to be working with Benny Johnson. Apparently he lost his gig. That's what I was told. So good job. Way to nuke everything, Josiah, you fucking retard. And I also was told that they're struggling. I said yesterday how it's probably not going
Twisting
well.
the blade.
She doesn't really get any views. They tweet a lot, but she doesn't really get any views. He doesn't even do jack shit. He's trying to be a conservative grifter, but it's not really working for him. They live in like a small 1-bedroom apartment. It's rough. And I was told that baby Zerka is not coming into the best financial situation. And this dumbass retard, he wants to suck up to Nick Fuentes, thinking what? He's going to get a cozy channel or something, and he'll get some Bean Soy super chats. You realize, Josiah, like the upper echelon of cozy streamers make like $40 a day, right? Like you do realize that. So this whole grift to Fuentes, you're just
the insider
shooting yourself in the
information.
foot. Even if you got a cozy channel, you still wouldn't make jack shit.
So as soon as things kind of started,
But hey, I would take $40 a day
I
to
think
do this.
Elijah felt like things were getting out of his control, and so
he keeps saying things are getting out of Elijah's control. They were kind of beefing a little bit. So I've been telling you, I've told you about Dan Crenshaw, and I've told you about James O'Keefe, and I told you about the people at the Blaze, not to name any names because I don't want anyone to get in trouble because people have been talking to me. And there's everyone at Turning Point, and then there's her whole past before where she's posting lesbian lewd photos and pictures of her ass and pictures of her dressed like a whore countless times, and how she was an atheist and how she was fucking everyone and she was a sex positive, right? So get this. You're like, Josiah can't be a bigger cuck, right? So Josiah was working for Elijah Schaffer, right? He was working for Elijah Schaffer. And I've had 3 different sources, 3, all very large sources, who have all confirmed me. One of them told me that Elijah fucked Isabella Riley. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've been confirmed by all 3 of them that they at least did things.
And that, from what we're hearing today, corroborating with what Sarah Stock has divulged, that actually was true.
At least did things, you know. She gave him a little sucky, in the words of, the Orientals.
Your virgin tried e-girl, right? Your virgin tried e-girl, grifter.
This is what I was told. And you look at the timeline. Elijah Schaffer gets fired from the Blaze. Why? Because he's being a sex pest weirdo. That's literally on the record. So is it out of bounds? I mean, the guy had a wife. We already know Elijah Schaffer was cheating on his wife, his current wife, while she was pregnant. We already know that. He got fired from the Blaze for doing shit with Sarah Gonzalez and other people. But
so that would really line up perfectly with what we covered in the past, where his wife's family had him on a short leash because of, I would assume that was prior to Sarah Stock, it sounds like. So if they knew anything about that, he got fired from the Blaze because of it, they probably had him on a short ass leash, and they were probably giving him another chance. And what did he do with it? What did he do with it? He hired Sarah Stock and he slept with her. Great. And now we're going to find out he's sleeping with another person. Dang, dude, he just gets around. Elijah, of all people, man. He cheated on his pregnant wife? Yes. Twice. 3 times. Twice. This country is so evil. The only kind of normal people are the very best people you know. Yeah, literally. And they're usually people you know IRL, right? These people, these grifters online. I mean, even Jaden McNeil, like, he was part of the whole America First Nick Fuentes movement for so long and then left. So some of this is, I don't know how much of this is, it's alleged. I think some of the Nick stuff is true, but I think some of it is also, he's a little butthurt from that whole experience. Because I think he got fired from his job. He got kicked out of his college too, I believe. So, man.
So is it really out of bounds to say, oh yeah, he was doing stuff with other people there also? I'm going to say probably not. Again, the guy's a sex pest weirdo. But imagine being Josiah. Imagine being Josiah. You work for this guy. You're simping for this just total whore. She's sucking off your boss. She's fucking your boss. Whatever the fuck's going on there. You're working for Elijah, and then you marry her. And now they're all on the same side shilling Fuentes.
Certified cuck behavior. That is brutal, man. I don't know how you can... That's not that. How can you even square that circle?
Josiah, Isabella, Elijah Schaffer are all shilling. They're all shilling Fuentes. They were all shilling the Apple account. They were all tweeting about it. All that shit.
The Apple account was his... pseudo anonymous account, right? That he used to post under when he was banned on Twitter. He used to get on a new account. Nick used to get on another account, and apparently they were shilling it nonstop.
And he knows. I said it. I said every time he logs onto Twitter, it's not even that. Every time it's like his job, his old boss. Like, that's fucking crazy, man. Imagine.
It is really weird because think about it. What happened right after the Sarah Stock situation? What did Elijah do? He came out and he ran to Nick Fuentes. It's kind of like what he's saying here is that these people, they come out and they ran to Nick Fuentes. Why are they running to Nick Fuentes? That's very weird. Why is he sweeping for them? Why is he running cover?
Imagine.
Maybe because it's like a little more of a grift than we realize, and that you're trying to create and you're trying to bolster this network of conservatives, and all it is basically vying for power. That's what I think 99% of the shit is.
Is friends with Elijah. He's still friends with these people. It's not just Dan Crenshaw like we thought. He's actively in social circles with multiple dudes that fucked his wife. And now, just like these fucking dumbasses, well, not Tree, but Josiah and Isabella, just like them who think that they're gonna suck up to Fuentes. When did Elijah really start sucking up to Fuentes like hardcore? Oh, it was after he got fired from the Blaze. I mean, he was like, he'll throw him a bone every now and then, but he started sucking up to him after the Blaze. Why? Well, probably because, if I had to guess, I don't think he's doing so hot. I don't think.
Boom! I think that's exactly what it is. I think he's not doing so hot right now. And what did he do? He started sucking up to Fuentes again, saying, I'm with the Groypers. I'm with you guys. And then what? He's just going to grift off of them, and he's going to get money and get clout from them, and that whole following he has. This is just, man, this is kind of scummy, especially if this is 2023. This was 3 years ago. He's doing the same exact thing. He's running the same play back. So he's going to go and run around town and sleep with all these trad, e-girl, whatevers. And then when he gets caught, he's going to go run to Fuentes, his daddy Fuentes, and he's going to say, please run cover for me. Groypers, I'm on your side. And they're going to go, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll give you our allegiance. Very weird behavior. Very strange power dynamic going on here.
He's doing so hot. He was making bank at the Blaze. He had one of the biggest shows. It all got thrown away because he was a sex pest. And here we are. He's shilling for Fuentes. This guy's shilling for Fuentes. It's tough. It really is tough. So not only did he know all this stuff about her, he was sleeping on her couch while she was out fucking other guys. Not even making that up. He knew about all this shit prior to wifing her up. But he also, it's been confirmed to me that it was 2 weeks. 2 weeks. He married her in 2 weeks because she finally showed interest in him. And 2 weeks is all it took for him to get down on one knee.
Wow.
For the used cum rag.
Okay, that's that. That's a little much. But holy, okay. You know, some of this I think is like, because there has been, to be right wing in this country, it has been largely tied to the Christian right? The Christian right is the major block in the Republican Party and the right wing in this country. And I wonder how much of these people, because none of them really live a Christian lifestyle. And I'm not saying, look, dude, everybody has their sins. Everybody has their thing, right? I understand that. Whether it's alcohol, whether it's porn, whether it's food, whether it's, pride, whatever. Like, everybody has their thing. I get that. But what these people are doing, the lifestyles they're living, the drugs, the alcohol, the cuckery, the whatever the hell this is, this isn't you're slipping up. This isn't, oh, I had too many drinks, I'm drinking too, or what? This isn't, I had a little this, I did. This is like a lifestyle. You're living a complete 180 lifestyle of a Christian, of a conservative, of somebody like that. And I wonder how much of this is actually like, we just want to make inroads on the right wing to grift is one, but also I think that they want to transform the right wing and pull it away from Christian morality. I think that they want to have a right wing that is racist, that is sexist, that is homophobic, but they want to ground all these things in something other than the Christian God. I think they want to ground these things in, I don't even know, some weird Nietzschean state power. Like, I don't even exactly know what it is. This is just kind of spur of the moment thought. But I think that this is kind of what they want to go, is they want to try and excise the right wing away from Christian morality and Christian ethics, because I think ultimately they want to be just as satanic and just as prideful and do exactly what the left does and do whatever they want. Do as thou wilt. They want to be able to sleep around in polycules. They want to be able to do whatever. But they have to put on this grift for the meantime. They have to put the cross up there. They have to say that they're Christian because they need to make inroads on the political right. And that's the only way you'll be able to make any inroads. That's the only way people are going to take you seriously, is if you're a right wing. I'm right wing. Well, are you Christian? Yes, I'm Christian. Okay, but not really, right? Not really. And ultimately, I think maybe we're trying to push forward more and more and more to something more devoid of any of that type of morality. Why did he even get married? Exactly. I don't really know. I don't understand that either, is that these people clearly do not care about marriage. Like, it's not a sacrament to them. They don't think it's actually anything important. Why even get married at all? I say the same thing about atheists too. Why do you even get married? What's the point? There's like virtually zero benefit. But I think that's kind of what we're seeing here. Is like, yeah, they don't care. They don't care about Christian morality. They don't care about sacraments. They just want to do what they want to do, and they want power. It's basically just will to power. How can I get that? Well, I'm going to have to cozy up to Christians. I'm going to have to act like I'm Christian. And until we can get to a point to where we can cut that out of the right wing, until we have a right wing that's not bound up in Christian morality and the Christian faith, then, you know, we will follow along in that. We will grift, and we will wear that as our symbol for now. Forbidden fruit tastes sweeter. Many such cases.
You want your sweet release, okay, you cuck? Okay, you fucking white cuck? You want your release? You want an angry white man to say I'm mad as
Chat will say this is about you, but it's not.
hell that the Super Bowl...
Because he says, like, you angry white cuck, but I'm just, like, joking around.
What the fuck is the joke?
It's not a joke. I'm joking.
No,
at the chat for
explain
being
the
stupid.
joke.
I don't know. I heard him say that.
And you thought of him.
No. I'm saying chat is retarded and will
Wow,
say
dude,
this.
I am beating the shit out of you after this.
Okay.
Some Spanish.
Wow.
Go
Okay.
watch
Well, that
Matt
was
Walsh, the Goy, and get your release. That's my honest to God opinion.
That was definitely acting. Let me just say that right there. That was definitely bad acting. But why would you even want to make that the angle? Is that the angle he's going for? He's trying to fill that role. Yes, I am the cock. Yes. That is fucking weird, man.
Chat will say this is about you, but it's
Also, that is weird. Chat will say it, so therefore I'm going to announce it on stream. If somebody in chat says something bad, you don't read it. You just get a mod to delete it, or you delete it yourself, and then you just move on. You don't go and say it. You don't go and actually read it, because then now everybody knows, right? That's crazy.
chat will say this is about you, but it's not.
Hell that the Super Bowl...
Because he says, like, you angry white cuck, but I'm just, like, joking around.
What the fuck is the joke?
That right there was acting. That was bad acting. What the fuck was the joke? So I don't know. It seems like he's trying to lean into that role. Very freaking strange couple, man. If they're even a couple, I don't even know. They're a couple for the grift, maybe. That too is some of it. Is you have to have the image of that you're with somebody and you're in a loving marriage. Some of that I think is Charlie Kirk effect, where I think Charlie Kirk was also in this weird arranged marriage where she might have been his handler, but that has to be the image that you portray. You have to come out there and have this image that you're married and you're in a loving family and you're a Christian, because that's how you make inroads on the right wing. So now we got another leak audio that just came out couple hours before the stream. I refreshed my timeline and I saw this, so that was very fortuitous timing. In new leaked audio, Sarah Stock says she doesn't think Elijah Schaffer actually wants his kids and is using them as pawns against his ex-wife. Wow. She says everyone knows he's a weird alcoholic liar, but they're all afraid to speak out due to him blackmailing people. Whoa, blackmailing? Everybody's trying to set up their own like Epstein thing. Do you notice this? Seems like everybody. Milo has his Epstein thing going on. Elijah is blackmailing people. I think Nick probably has his own Epstein thing going on. Very strange, man. These people are not as they come off. Everybody thinks like, oh, the guy on the screen, he's so wholesome. He's a wholesome right-wing, quirked up Chungus churchgoer. And it's like, no, actually behind the scenes, they have these like large networks and they're blackmailing people and they're vying for power and they're jockeying for power. Like, no, dude, this shit is way deeper than people realize and the normies realize.
Like, I feel like the way like straight men talk about gay people, it's like they're kind of like disgusted by the gay men. And I just remember him like saying, oh, like it doesn't like, it makes sense to me. Like he's like basically like not like grossed out by that at all, or just thinks that it's like normal. And to me, that's like, okay, there's like something weird about that.
Nasty, and he won't accept any accountability, and he denies everything. How can you reason with a man like that? Like, it's just impossible. I've had so many good faith conversations with him where I've sat him down, and obviously, like, everyone likes to think that I don't know anything and that Elijah hides his shit well, but he doesn't. But like, do you think
Clearly.
that he can look after 2 kids?
No, that's like, and it sounds like so bad. This is gonna sound horrible, but to me, it's surprising he would want to. That sounds so bad, but
I'm surprised. No,
does
it's
he even want to? You know what I mean?
it's just an image thing. It's just
Yes,
to
yes, I
like
think that's what
stick
it
it
is.
to his wife. It's not because he wants to. It's because he like can't have somebody else winning or like losing this situation, you know? Because he's built up this whole perspective of like, oh, I'm a father and I'm doing everything for my kids and all this kind of shit. And it's like, first of all, he never spends any time with his kids. I think we both know that.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've seen him. He's drunk like six days a week, like blackout drunk all the time.
Is
Like,
that true?
Blackout?
That he has been drinking for a while.
I mean, that's coming from his mouth. I just don't believe anything he says because he's just lied so many times. And like, I've been through like, we've been through this where he's like, he'll say this all the time and then you'll catch him drinking and then he'll say, no, I've been sober. And then you catch him drinking and he'll deny it. And it's like, this has been going on for 3 years.
Even on the stream we watched, the 2-hour Cope Fest, we caught him. And when he was saying, oh, I've been sober. I haven't drank a single drip of anything because my wife told me not to. I don't have a drinking problem, even though my wife told me not to drink and I haven't drank for months. Well, I think you do have a drinking problem and I think you're lying. So I think he's absolutely right. I think he's just a liar, dude.
The last year he
And a
wasn't
cheater.
hiding it. He was just like blackout drunk every time.
Yeah.
Like when you traveled with him, was he just like drinking the whole time, like a mess, like he usually is?
Like half the time, yeah.
Yeah.
Benadryl. He's sipping on that Benadryl.
Yeah. But even in Florida, it's like he's showing up on a Monday or Tuesday at like 3-4 a.m. You know, at home, like staggering in, like passing out or whatever. And it's like, dude, like how could you ever look after kids? You know.
It's the
And
woman's
if you
job.
want that lifestyle, wouldn't you just want to go and party? Like, go party.
That's probably what he would say. I'm going to go out and drink till 4 a.m. It's the woman's job to watch the kids. I just come home and beat her.
It's crazy to me.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
Would be taking after.
But that is something he would say.
That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I think it's just like an ego thing. Oh, I had one other question. I'm not crazy. You think he's an alcoholic, right? Like, I mean, at least in that time period. Would you say that he's an alcoholic? Like, without a doubt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, if it came down to, if he was like seriously trying to take the kids, you could probably get like 20 people to testify that he's an alcoholic.
Yeah, right.
I'll testify.
Right? Like,
I don't. But
Based
that's
on
the
what I
thing,
know.
Like, I mean, maybe you would say it. But I don't know. Maybe you wouldn't say it because you're like also, you know, he's got stuff on you. So it's just really like my word against his, or like.
there has to be other people. Like, literally, everyone I've met at like a conference who knows Elijah doesn't really like him, and they say he's an alcoholic.
Really?
I don't know.
But why doesn't
like there's
anybody
other
ever
people who
say
have said
anything?
Huh?
Why doesn't anybody ever say anything? Because, like, I feel like I'm the only person out here that's being like, hey, you're an alcoholic, stop drinking, da-da-da, like saying it. Everybody else just keeps quiet. Like, even in the industry, nobody says anything. Like, does he have blackmail on everybody?
Maybe. He just lives like he breathes.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes
It's incredible.
I'll see him like, I'll just see him like tweet something. I'm like, that's not even true. Like, you know that. Like, about his own life. Like, he'll just like randomly be tweeting lies about his own life to everyone.
Yeah, like his family's in Australia because the IDF is coming to kill him. And it's like, all right, buddy. Like, all right.
And dude thinks he like believes his own delusions or something.
Remember, it's not a lie if you believe it. Right? Is that what Elijah's doing here? It's not a lie if I believe it, right? Even though it might be the most delusional crap ever. Yeah, this weird, I really hate this weird, prideful angle he's taking. I mean, seeing him at CPAC, I hate the kind of deflection he does to say, well, I can do no wrong, and anybody who's attacking me has to be doing it because they're Jewish or they're brown or whatever. This new sick form of pride that's kind of metastasized on the right wing that I think we've seen in other places as well, where they go, you can't criticize me because you're a woman, because I talk about women and the real red pill about women. You can't criticize me because you're Jewish and I talk about the real red pill. You can't And so these people just avoid all criticism because that has to be what it's rooted in, is some sort of seething about his position, about his views. It's a shield. I hate this. And then it just creates this like insane pride to where they think, no, I have no problems. I can do no wrong. And it's like, no, dude, you did something wrong. Now the IDF position, the point he said with Alexis Wilkins and all that, that's going on. I mean, I don't know exactly what's going on with that, but there is something to that. I think there might be some credibility to maybe they want him down, they want him gone. But it doesn't change the fact that he did some morally egregious shit while he's out there shilling and grifting for conservative right-wing Christian values. That's the point here, man. I would just like to see him not be. I would just like to see him not be a prideful doof and act like he's hot shit, smoking his cigars, rolling around in his car, and wearing Hugo Boss, thinking he's Hitler 2, 3, and 4. Like, dude, this is it's just unbecoming. And I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm not the only person who views this way, who looks at this situation and is like, dude, you totally cheated on your pregnant wife. Dude, you totally blew up your marriage, all while espousing these views. And then you're just deflecting and saying that you're coping because you're Jewish or brown or whatever. And it's like, no, I that's not good. Nobody likes that. That looks terrible. It looks very prideful. It looks very vain. What does Nick think of him? Nick and him, as far as I know, are close. They're close. I think he even said, didn't we have a clip of that?
I told you the other night, I don't really want to weigh in on the Elijah Schaffer, Sarah Stock drama because they're both friends of mine. And obviously, I don't approve of the things that are being said about them. It's not good stuff, but they're my friends. And I'm there for my friends when they're going through a hard time and when they're going through a good time. You know, that's what I have to say about that. I told you the other.
So it really has nothing to do with this objective moral ethic, right? It has nothing to do with Christian morality or Christian ethics and that we are trying to conform and abide by those ethics. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with, are you good? Are you cool with me on a personal level? And do you kiss my ass? And if you do that, well, we're cool. And look, I'm not saying that if you're friends with these people, you should be straight up attacking them, but like, you're not even going to disavow. You're not even going to make a comment about any of this crap that's coming out. You can't even at least put it in the context of Christian morality and how this is not adhering to that whatsoever. No, I'm not even going to say that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not even going to put that out there. I'm just going to say, I'm not going to say anything about them because they're my friends. But as soon as Elijah does something that he doesn't like, how much you want to bet this is going to get brought up? How much you want to bet? Elijah will do something. He'll counter signal Nick or the Groypers in some way. And he'll come out and say, well, at least I'm not a cheating piece of shit, whatever, grifter. And it'll be freaking nuclear. I hate these red pill guys. Tate, Schaffer, Fresh and Fit. Honestly, Andrew Wilson too. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, the thing is that Andrew Wilson, the thing about Andrew Wilson is that he at least has, like, that's not his only thing he does. Like, he does go on whatever, although he hasn't been on there much recently. He was on there for a while. But he at least has other things where he'll debate about ethics and he'll debate about Christian morality and all these other things. He's got more in his bag than just women dumb, women are whores nowadays and get money, get a Lambo, smoke cigars. It's like, oh my gosh, bro. That kind of like, if it's, you know, there's an element to where I understand you can talk about women, you can talk about sexual deviancy, sexual immorality, but if it's not within the context of a objective ethic, a Christian ethic, I think ultimately is where a lot of these people are sort of coming from, but they'll never admit it, then it's just fruitless and it's a waste of time and it's pointless. But the thing is these people want to pick and choose. They want to pick and choose, and they want to go out and attack women for being sluts. All the while, they never do anything. They never adhere to any of the other moral ethic of the Christian faith. They don't want to. They don't want to conform to any of that stuff. They don't want to put their family first. Not cheat on their wife. They don't want to. No, I'm just going to always be on the attack because, you know, I can get a nice clip on the whatever podcast. I can get a nice clip on Fresh and Fit, and that's what gets views. It's just sick. It's soulless, and people grifting, and they're ripping off of the Christian faith, and they're making it a joke. And, you know, again, if you buy into the whole thing and you are somebody who actually is professing the Christian faith and you're actually adhering to it, maybe that would be an element where I'd go, I get it. This person actually is following it and they have a solid critique. But if all it is just, I'm going to attack people for the sake of a clip, for the sake of looking based, like that's where it's just like, this is a dead end and this is a waste of time. That's what I've said about the red pillars for years, is that this is a dead end. This is not a fruitful philosophy. This is not going to bring back any sort of holiness. That is not going to bring back any virtue in this country. This is just disgusting. He did condemn Elijah's behavior when it first broke. He just didn't talk much about it. Yeah. But he, you know, in the past, he's talked about, right here. This is a clip.
Yeah, let's see what I get. Is that Elijah Schaffer? Fucking faggot. Is it? No, it's not him. I thought it was him. He was so gay for me. He's horrible. A C-pack? Yeah. Holy, what you drink? Maybe a minute ago. What's going on here?
But that's when they're on bad terms. So that's okay. That's when I'll attack him when not even really, again, what the thing he did that's not even a problem for Nick. That doesn't even seem like he cares about that. It's whether or not you're in good standing with me and the Groypers in America First. If you're in good standing with us, then I will attack you viciously. If you're not, then I'll sweep for you. Then I'll run cover. Wild, dude. That's one of the problems I also have with the America First Nick thing, is that it's just like, it's just devoid of anything real and any virtue. It just doesn't seem like it's just a dead end. It's another dead end is what it seems. And all of it is bound up on this one guy, is bound up in Nick and his personality and the parasocial relationships that all these Groypers have with him. And like I said, you can take the propositions and the truth claims of what he says on their own and say, okay, that was true. He was right about the Jewish influence. Okay, he was right about whatever. But then to kind of, it becomes distorted and people get this weird parasocial relationship with him where it's like, it's no longer about those anymore. You can't extract that. It's about falling in and buying into him as a guy. And then it becomes like a cult, and it's like weird behavior. And ultimately, it's not bound up in anything objective. He's not following a law like we've seen here. He's following who's good to him and only him and his movement and who can help him progress. That's what it feels like. Feeling like you have control over the narrative because you're compensating for something else. Maybe that's crazy of me. Napoleon syndrome. I don't even know. I mean, Nick's not that short. He's like 5'9". I don't even think Napoleon was that short. Wasn't he like 5'8", 5'9"? Wasn't he just like average? I don't know. That's Elijah, though. Not good. Hey, what's going on, big guy? What's going on? What are we doing? Where's your producer? You going to church or not? Come on, man. Let's do it. I mean, your marriage is over. That's almost certainly not going to be reconciled, but you can pick up the pieces and be better than you were before, ultimately. You can come out of this better. I don't think that's the route he's taking, unfortunately. Elijah's definitely not going to church. Yeah. We don't know. We don't know for sure. Maybe it's going to be a long process. This would be, honestly, The railing on him is very fun. I'm not going to lie. Like, the railing on him, kind of fun, but it would be a very good story if he comes around eventually and we come to find out he actually becomes holier than before, then he actually comes out the other side. That would be, whoa, redemption arc. Everybody loves a redemption arc, Elijah. All right, we're going to move on. We're going to get into the Whitney Webb. This is important for Ohioans. If anybody else is from Ohio out there, I am a native of Ohio. I love Ohio. It's the heart of it all. And she gets into, this was a very interesting, I just happened to see her on Jimmy Dore yesterday, or was this today? And this came out this morning. Okay, maybe it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I was watching it. I was also watching it today, but she came out on Jimmy Dore and she posted a whole new article about the new Silicon Valley that is being constructed in Ohio, in Columbus. Through Les Wexner, through his money, through Peter Thiel, through J.D. Vance, through now Vivek Ramaswamy, right? All these people are playing in tandem with each other. Palmer Luckey with Anduril. They're going to build Columbus as a smart city, as the tech hub, as the new tech hub, new Silicon Valley. So very interesting. She has a very interesting article up on her website, Unlimited Hangout. Check it out. It's pretty lengthy. I was getting through it. We actually have it up. We're going to read a little excerpt from it, but we're going to look at this a little bit. Elijah is mentally ill. To me, that is clear, and that shit is usually permanent. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens there. I just feel like probably a lot of what it is with him is that, you know, he flew too close to the sun, right? On wings of pastrami. He flew too close to the sun and now he's getting burned because of it. He is living this lifestyle of, oh, I can do whatever, living in ultimate pride, right? To where he's working at Blaze. He's getting paid probably lots of money. He's making it. He's a big boy, right? And then he just, I think, took a little too much from people, took a little too much, did a little too many things, and he lived this lifestyle. He created this lifestyle around him that is not easily to give up on. That's something people need to think about more. That's something I try and think about is think about the lifestyle in terms of like seeds, like kernels. And where will this grow to? How will this grow? If you're out drinking till 4 a.m., if you're hiring women, if you're sleeping around, if you're in these weird cucks polycule thing, how is that going to blossom? What is that going to lead to? Even just the first time he started doing it, the first time he came home at 4 a.m., the first time he hit on some woman at work, you should be like, in the back of your mind, that's how I try and think is like, what is this going to lead to? Is this going to lead to rampant degeneracy and me sleeping around with other women and hiring Sarah Stock and hitting on her and all this? I mean, look at where it led him to. You could have nipped it in the bud the first time when you got fired from the Blaze. That was a big opportunity to stop and say, I'm making a mistake. What am I doing? I'm cheating on my pregnant wife. And it looks like she gave you another shot. But then it's just again and again and again. And that's where you go, it's tough. It's tough. But once you really solidify that, once it's actually a full blown tree in your life, it's tough to cut down. It's easier to just pull up the seed, pull it up before it actually grows into something terrible. And that's what I've been trying to do. I've been trying to see the future, see the trajectory of the seeds I'm planting and see what they are at the root. But to do that, you have to have a clear and objective understanding of what is good, right? That's really hard. You have to have kind of vision on that and try and see, okay, what is actually good out there? What will actually be fruitful? Who are the people I'm hanging around? What morals, what virtues, what ethics do they espouse? And you can only do that if you have a standard on which you can gauge them from. That's why it's like the first thing people got to do, man, you got to get into the church. Get into the church. Because that will ground everything. And then from there, you'll view everything through that lens. And that will allow you to plant the seeds, the correct seeds that will blossom into something good. Real. Got to catch stuff before it explodes. Absolutely. And I'm trying to do that. And I've made mistakes in my past. I'm not perfect. Listen, I'm not saying I'm perfect and I'm batting 1,000. Listen, dude, I've made some real mistakes in the past that blossom into some bullshit. And then it really hurts. And then it sucks when it blows up in your face. Like it did with Elijah. But he can take that and he can look at it and go, oh, I need to plant a better seed next time. But he's not, doesn't seem like he's doing that. Brutal. Just brutal. It's the grift that keeps on giving. Anyways, let's move along. Let's take a look at this.
To Wexnerville, for lack of a better term. And so essentially what they did is, well, it pops up in a few different documents, as I note in the article, but there were basically what seemed like bribery attempts to get zoning laws changed so he could build this city or town in New Albany. And one of the documents this appears in also alleges that Wexner is linked to organized crime. It was produced originally by the Columbus Police Department. Because New Albany is basically now like a de facto suburb of Columbus. It's in that same regional area, which is the Ohio's capital, and Wexner is extremely influential there.
He is the richest man in Ohio. Les Wexner is. And New Albany is a real place. You can look it up right here. This is essentially what she's saying is he got zoning laws changed. He put money into this area to build his own suburb. I really don't ever go down to Columbus. I'm more in the northern part of Ohio, but this is interesting to me. I would like to go down there and look at this. I would like to go look at New Albany, see what it's like, see where Les Wexner has poured millions and millions of dollars into. But this is essentially the hub on which they're using to try and bring in all these tech giants, Anduril and whatnot. And he's using bribery. He's using his connections, whether it's J.D. Vance, and now soon we're going to have a gubernatorial election in Vivek Ramaswamy. Close friends with J.D. Vance. He's on the ticket. He's going to be, I guarantee if he gets in, this is going to be full throttle. This is going to pedal to the metal. New Silicon Valley.
And so essentially over time, New Albany became a public-private partnership where the New Albany Company is in a public-private governing partnership with the local government, the city of New Albany. And later Wexner lobbied to get the law changed even more so it could be a de facto private government that's independent within Ohio, can tax citizens, issue bonds, controls it in a way that the local regional government cannot.
And this is essentially, I think, a minuscule model of how they want to do the government. Right, we've seen through the Dark Enlightenment, through GovCorp, this is the avenue they want to take. They want to fully privatize the government to have these kind of sovereign city-states that are run by the CEO kings, the technate of America.
Which is kind of crazy in and of itself. But beyond that, the New Albany Company has become one of the main drivers in attracting data centers to Ohio. So the state is currently 4th in the country for most data centers. It has, I think, 193, but over 120 of those are like in New Albany, in the New Albany area, where that real estate is sold to those companies that are courted to that area, by the New Albany Company that Wexner controls. So he's been making bank off of all of this. And the way that these companies are courted are through these other public-private partnerships, the model of which Wexner created initially in Columbus, but now it's spread to every region of the state, where taxpayer money is used to create these large incentive packages to court these companies over there, even though 75% of them would have relocated anyway. But it's an insane amount of taxpayer subsidies that's being funneled to these people through this network that Wexner created. And as I note in the article, I mean, we can get into some of the specifics, but the corruption is absolutely off the charts. I mean, it's very crazy. It's like Banana Republic kind of stuff. going in Ohio, and
no.
you have these
it's the heart of it
venture
all.
capitalists and other people, coming in and basically buying buying politicians and using it to privatize major aspects of Ohio regional and state governments. A lot of these people are directly linked to people like the current Vice President J.D. Vance, who was an Ohio senator, or the guy who's currently running for governor of Ohio, Vivek Ramaswamy.
And
those particular guys are part of this crowd of, if you want to call them accelerationists, or fans of the quote unquote dark enlightenment. They're interested in privatizing government entirely, and then having it be ruled by a CEO dictator, which is basically the model proffered by Curtis Yarvin, who is cozy with all of these people. So that effort to basically privatize government in Ohio, it was started by Wexner and Epstein. And as far as the Epstein connection, when Ghislaine Maxwell was interviewed by Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, she said that Epstein ran New Albany. And as I note in the article, Epstein is all over New Albany, and his billionaire investment company had a branch operating there, and it seems to be the same entity that was actually the Wexner investment company, or the New Albany property company, which the Wexner Foundation admitted was a Wexner related role that Epstein was involved in, which in itself, just flies in the face of the whole narrative that's been put forth for how Wexner doesn't really have anything to do with anything bad Epstein ever did. But Wexner just runs Ohio. He had members
really
and
believe
probably, has a lot of influence over the national governance as well. He was redacted in the Epstein files at first as an alleged co-conspirator. He had members of Congress come to his house to depose him. I mean, none of that is normal. And anyway, sorry, I've been rambling for a while.
No, keep going.
So she gets into it even further. But this article that she wrote here, very good article. There's a lot in here. If you're from the Ohio area, check it out, because this gets into some of the corruption going on, and a case that I've been hearing about for the last several years, which is the Larry Householder indictment, the scandal going on there. So we're going to read a little bit of this article. The boom in AI data centers across the U.S. has also spurred a renaissance in nuclear power, as data centers continue to drive the county's surging power demands. Ohio is, of course, no exception. However, unique to Ohio is the fact that the state's largest corruption scandal ever is intimately linked to the state's nuclear power industry and those seeking to further expand the Silicon Heartland. I like how they put that the heart of it all, the heartland. This is the Silicon Heartland, no more the Silicon Valley. Great. In July 2020, 5 Ohioans were charged with racketeering in what has been described as, quote, likely the largest bribery and money laundering scheme ever perpetrated against the people of the state of Ohio, end quote. This scandal led to the arrest of then Ohio House Speaker Larry Householder, Ohio Republican Party Chairman Matt Borges, and Householder's advisor Jeffrey Longstreth, and 2 Ohio-based lobbyists Neil Clark and Juan Cespedes. The 5 men were found to be complicit in distributing bribes to members of the House in order to pass a controversial law that led to the bailout of 2 aging power plants and 2 coal power plants paid for by utility ratepayers. So us, the people living here, right? We're paying for this crap, i.e. regular Ohioans paying utility bills. I wonder if that's why my utility bills are skyrocketing. Holy crap, man. The 2 Ohioan nuclear power plants, Perry and Davis-Besse, received a $150 million per year subsidy due to the passing of this law, known as House Bill 6. The 2 nuclear power plants central to this scheme were owned by Energy Harbor, which was previously known as First Energy, the very company found guilty of bribing Ohio officials in order to ensure their hefty bailout. Central to the bailout was a successful campaign by Larry Householder to take his position as the Speaker of the House. Householder had secretly controlled a 501c4 nonprofit called Generation Now, into which First Energy had funneled around $60 million between 2017 and 2020. According to U.S. Attorney David DeVillers, who charged the 5 men, there was, quote, no mistake. This is Larry Householder's 501c4. Reporting from NPR in July 2020 stated that DeVillers had alleged that, quote, the money from the scheme was spent to the detriment of other political candidates and the people of Ohio, end quote. The prosecutors claim that, quote, members of Householder's enterprise used those payments for their own personal benefit and to gain support for Householder's bid to become speaker. Man, right in our backyard, us Ohioans, we're getting raped. Look, the rape never stops. Don't you understand? The rape never stops. It's over when they say it's over. And you're going to keep paying for these bailouts. You're going to keep paying for these bribes. You're going to keep paying for the technocracy, for smart Columbus, for the smart city, for the 15-minute walkable city where you're going to own nothing and you're going to like it. That's what we're paying for. Isn't that lovely? Is that what people are doing with Trump, following him no matter what? In regards to what? Nick Fuentes or this? This is Obama's problem. You gotta stop that dichotomy, that thinking. These people are Republicans, right? These people are Republicans. So if we want to go there, I don't think that this has anything to do. I think that the stupid Democrat-Republican dichotomy is just, we have to think beyond that. We have to understand that these people are working it from every angle. I heard Napoleon was kind of average. Man, you're behind. You gotta go ahead. You gotta hit the live button. So we got here another clip from her during this interview where she talks a little bit more about Larry Householder scandal. Also, didn't like 2 of those people involved end up dead? One of them with a gunshot wound to the head where they just deemed it a suicide. Like, what the hell is going on? Ohio, come on. You can do better.
I think it should be clear at this point that the U.S. federal government is not really interested in investigating white-collar crime because it works on behalf and serves the white-collar criminals who pay for politicians and pay their campaigns and fly them on their private jets and give them special privileges. And then the politicians, when they're in office, give them a return on their investment. Let's put it that way. And
Absolutely.
the investments are bribes or, indirect bribes. And actually, as I note in the article, Ohio's largest corruption scandal and bribery scandal ever, the First Energy or HB6 scandal, is tied up directly with this group and with Wexner.
I've been hearing about this for years.
A few years ago. I think the story broke in 2020, and 2 of the main people have ended up dead. So one of them is a lobbyist that used to work for Wexner in the New Albany company and was tied to this company, First Energy. And First Energy basically bribed a bunch of people in the Ohio state government to push through legislation that bailed out a bunch of their nuclear and I think a coal-powered power plant with taxpayer money. And the amount of bribes they spent is dwarfed by how much money they got as part of the bailout. So that was a great return on investment, quote unquote, for them. But one of the people that was arrested as part of that scandal for racketeering and other things, Neil Clark, just was found in the woods near his house with a bullet to the head. It was quickly ruled a suicide. And
I thought I heard of that.
Work for Wexner in New Albany. And who do you think really wants these nuclear power plants functioning? AI data centers.
Yep.
Oh, because they need the power.
They need the power.
And
because the power demand's only going to go up, and they're courting more and more data centers to Ohio all the time. And taxpayers are funding all of this. And this is really a microcosm of what's going on a bigger scale. Basically, there's a wealth transfer going on. Regular people's wealth is being drained to build infrastructure that will enslave them. Basically.
So they've created these private.
How can anybody fault me for not wanting to work and pay? Why are we paying taxes? Why are we doing this? Why haven't we stopped paying taxes? Oh, I guess because somebody's going to show up at your front door with a gun and force you to pay taxes. Well, I guess now they don't even need to do that. They'll just take it straight out of your bank account. What would happen, though, if everybody in Ohio just stopped paying their taxes? What would happen? Would they would just take it and they would just take it from us? You know, this was like the social contract, right? Was that you give over part of your labor, part of the money you make to the government, and the government, it powers the roads, powers the lights, whatever. And they do things for you, right? They give you security. But now they're saying that they're taking money from us and they're funding these things underhandedly that are essentially going to lead to our eventual enslavement. Did anybody agree to that? Did anybody agree to that social contract? It's incredible.
Public partnerships, which is always a mark of evil, if you ever hear that term, private-public partnerships. And they're taking the money that people pay in taxes to build a techno state that will enslave them through mass surveillance and through the implementation of 15-minute cities. Is that what you mean by that?
Also, this stupid idea that people have that like there's a difference between the private and public. Like, I hate this. Maybe on like a local level, you can say that's the case. But like once you get to a certain point where it seems like Les Wexner or Palantir, Anduril, all these companies, they're all in bed with each other. They're all in bed with the local and federal government. I don't think that there's much of a distinction. But this like libertarian thought of like, we don't want the guys with the guns controlling us. So we'll take corporate surveillance and corporate authoritarianism. I guess that's better. As long as it's deemed private, they can't do anything. Oh, okay. Or they just bribe your politicians and they buy off people and they get to do whatever they want. The raping will just continue. Okay.
Well, there's definitely, this group is also tied to the efforts to bring, digital finance to Ohio and also to bring digital ID to Ohio and all of that infrastructure. Yeah, absolutely. So the Ohioans already have digital ID. It's called Ohio ID. It was created by Innovate Ohio, which was this board created by the same governor that made Jobs Ohio. The guy that basically bought out the governor to create Jobs Ohio was on the board, and also on the board was J.D. Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, a lot of these same figures. The current head of it right now is the co-founder of J.D. Vance's venture capital firm, Narya Capital, which was financed by Peter Thiel and Eric Schmidt of Google and all of these,
lovely
would-be
people,
overlords. So they basically were tasked with, quote unquote, modernizing Ohio state government. And that includes giving everyone in Ohio a digital ID if they want to access government services or interact with the state. And Mike DeWine, the current governor, issued an executive order forcing all state agencies to onboard onto the Innovate Ohio platform, controlled by people that are intimately tied to the big tech crowd.
So this sounds exactly like what Steve Bannon was alerting us to when he came on our show. This is these guys getting together.
Well,
go ahead.
Sure. I think there's a lot of people that have been warning about it. I personally haven't listened to Steve Bannon's take on it. I'm a little unsettled by how close he was to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes, another one of these guys who they come out and they say things and I go, oh, that was pretty interesting. That was pretty good. He sounded pretty good. He talks about like the techno-feudal future we're bumbling into, which I think that's good. That's very good. He's talking about that, trying to wake people up. But Steve Bannon as a person, shady figure, man. Shady figure, had connections with Epstein for sure. Did that interview with him that we looked at. Very strange. I don't like him. I don't like Steve Bannon. And also things we've heard about him in Trump's first term. I do not like Steve Bannon at all. I like some of the things he says, take the propositions, the truth value of the propositions themselves, what they're saying. Yes, that is a true thing that's happening, but I'm not buying into you, Steve Bannon. Gotta divorce these things.
Someone that writes a lot about Jeffrey Epstein, I prefer not to go there, but a lot of people have been warning about this for a long time. And the dark enlightenment crowd, was hugely behind Trump in his 2024 campaign and now his second term. A lot of big people that are that openly embrace that idea were just appointed to the White House's new Science and Technology Advisory Board, announced today. People like Mark Andreessen, Mark Zuckerberg, it's Sergey Brin.
Wow, it's all of them. That's all.
Well, there's more. I can't remember the whole list.
Yeah,
right now.
but I mean, it's like all the main players. This is
a lot of the main ones.
Yeah,
and the overlap between those main players and Epstein is pretty considerable. I mean, Peter Thiel and Epstein were planning to create a secret society together. They were business partners. Epstein apparently had control over this, what was a Thiel VC firm fund, Valor Ventures 3, which put all this money into Anduril, which is a Thiel-backed autonomous drone and weapon manufacturer, which luck would have it, just got a huge deal via Jobs, Ohio to install themselves at the very airport that Wexner and Epstein brought Southern Air Transport to back in the 90s. Now it's going to be the Anduril airfield. Pretty cool.
Wow.
Pretty cool. And I looked this up. Jobs, Ohio, if you go on their website, she's saying this is this sketchy reject. I reject all your cookies. This is this sketchy pro-business like investment group. If you go on here, it's got Anduril all over the place. First thing you see, Palmer Luckey, quote, "When we looked at who could deliver at that speed that this moment demands, Ohio is the only option." Oh, dude, there was another quote on here too. He had, that was different. This was a different. "From day one, when we made initial contact, Jobs Ohio has been a critical partner to us in doing our site selection process." Dude, so they're going to bring this investment in order for them to build the techno slavery. Yes, please, master. May I have more? And Columbus seems to be the ground zero.
This almost seems.
I should go and drive around there. Look at New Albany. Look around and see what it's like. Look at the data centers.
Seems unbelievable, right?
I mean, it does, but I would encourage people to go and read this piece and talk to people in Ohio who are trying to fight against the data centers and exactly the kind of resistance they're receiving, despite how unpopular they are.
So
clearly, the government there is functioning without regard to what the public wants. They don't care.
Well, that just sounds like America.
Well, sure, but my point is that Ohio is where most states will end up going if nothing is done, because they are advancing this model there much more quickly. They are taking people's land much more quickly, their water, making their electricity bills go through the roof.
Dude,
and they are pushing
yes.
through all of these subsidies, tax abatements, tax exemptions,
Dude, my electricity bill was like twice what it normally is last month. It like doubled. And I was like, what the hell? I'm a single dude living by himself. Like, I couldn't even believe it. Is this why my shit's going through the roof?
Incentives packages while gutting everything good that the public sector does, from public schools to any sort of publicly funded healthcare program. It is all being gutted across the board. Ohio State says they don't have any money for those things, but they have plenty of money for data centers.
So I had Derek Broads on the show, and he's talked about this techno state, and he talked about how this isn't a new idea. That this was actually started by Elon Musk's grandfather, and that this since World War II, they've had this idea for a greater northern, just like the Greater Israel Project, they have the Greater American Project, and they want to make it all a techno state. They've had this idea.
A technate, yeah.
A technate. They've had this idea since after World War II. Are you familiar with that?
After the Great Depression.
Kind of like the fruition of that?
So I'm familiar, yeah. So the reference there, it's Elon Musk's grandfather who was in Canada, Joshua Hadelman, I believe his name was, and he was head of the Canadian branch of what was known as Technocracy Inc., which was originally created in the U.S., not in Canada, but had some traction in the post World War II era. And the authority on them for a long time has been Patrick Wood, who's was talking about them, I think, before anyone else was.
Patrick Wood's very good.
But there's a lot of interesting things to be garnered from looking there and looking at the parallels today. But beyond that, I think this particular more current crowd of would-be technocrats who fancy themselves accelerationists or darkly enlightened people or whatever. They basically the interest at this point is using technology as an enforcement tool, really, to create a private corporation built on surveillance capitalism. And they say if you don't like the service offered to you by a Sovcorp, you can move somewhere else. But what would the real difference be in moving from a Mark Zuckerberg smart city to a Jeff Bezos smart city to a Sergey Brin smart city? I really don't think that's the winning quote unquote free market move there. I think ultimately we're being marketed this. And even if they don't have, the public opinion on board, which with a lot of this, they don't, they're feeding us endless distractions and psyops and other things to keep us from paying attention to what's happening in people's backyards.
Oh man, the psyops, dude. The psyop machine goes burr. Do not vote for Vivek Ramaswamy. If you're in Ohio, do not vote for Vivek Ramaswamy. Amy Acton, is that the other person? The person he's going against? I honestly don't even think we should vote at all. I mean, these people, I don't know anything about his opponent, but him, if you're going to vote just because he has an R next to his name, you're an idiot. I'm sorry, you cannot vote for these people if they're going to be selling us down the river like this. I agree with Mr. Fuentes on this. I don't agree with him in going to vote for Democrats because I think it's the two sides of the same coin, two wings of the same bird, but I don't think we should be voting for these people just because they're MAGA. They're MAGA. I think they're my guy. They're MAGA. They're not going to sell us out. They're trying to save America. Okay, if you say so. What are we like this insult to injury is the American taxpayer is funding the takeover of the country. Exactly. What avenue do we have as an individual? Can we just say, I don't want to pay for the taxes because you're not doing what I want you to do? Can we do that? Is that an option? Does anybody know? We should start something. We should try and do something, left and right. People of all walks of life should be like, look, if you pay taxes, you're funding your own demise. You're funding your own cyber prison. This is just shocking to me. I didn't realize how much of this was ground zero was literally in my backyard, in my own state. I knew some about it, the Anduril contracts and whatnot, but I did not know it was this pervasive. That is shocking.
I basically wrote a very large book that got divided into two books by my publisher about Epstein and the intelligence connections. And so basically what I argue about is that there's this transnational group that Epstein was part of, but he wasn't the head of it. He's like middle management in it at best. And that these people exert influences over many governments, and they are not really overseen by any national government, nor really loyal to any of them, and that they're basically the one of the de facto ways our world is actually governed, as opposed to the public governments that we all know, which have basically been reduced to enabling environments for the policies made by these other people that are then filtered down through think tanks or philanthropic foundations. Think the Gates Foundation, for example. And so, like, if you look at Epstein Epstein as a microcosm of this, like he was setting up a lot of these philanthropic foundations that influence policy. He was doing a lot of shady financial stuff, helping powerful people hide their taxes so they don't have to pay it. He was money laundering. And so a lot of these things don't get prosecuted when they're done by very powerful people in the United States. And it's
Finley is so corrupt, and all the normal people here talk about it. Really? Is that your neck of the woods? Finley is like up western, like Toledo area, I believe. Northwestern near Detroit. Is it really that corrupt? And people talk about it. That's crazy. I didn't realize. Listen, this is my home. This is the heart of it all. This is the heartbeat of America is Ohio, and it's, I guess, on a pacemaker. I guess it's close to flatlining. Jeez Louise. I didn't realize this state was so corrupt. I should go run for like local office. I should go to local office, and I should work to try and reform. Maybe if I get a big enough platform, maybe I will.
Interesting too that one of the funds that Epstein was involved setting up was actually handling money for our current Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and he refuses to release Epstein's Treasury records, even though Congressman Ron Wyden asked that they do so, and he introduced the Released Epstein Treasury Records Act to Congress. Haven't heard very much about that lately, but I really hope it passes because people deserve to see what was going on there, but I have a feeling it won't. And so these oligarchs that people like Epstein front for are not accustomed to ever being held accountable for anything. So Wexner is a good example of that, but I don't think it's exclusive to him. And so a key actor in this network testified to Congress in the early 70s about what was going on with this group. And I think he really gave it away, but they didn't care. It's really brazen, frankly. It's Samuel Pisar, who was a lawyer. He's best known now as Anthony Blinken's stepfather, but he was Robert Maxwell's lawyer and very close friend, and involved with basically what he said was building up commerce relations between the Eastern Bloc and the Western Bloc during the Cold War. And basically what he argued in the early 70s to Congress is that what was happening was the creation of a trans-ideological corporation that was becoming the de facto power in the world, making the nation state irrelevant. So what he meant by trans-ideological corporation is that it was capitalist Western multinational corporations entering into joint venture with communist state-owned corporations, and that these
I've heard this before.
Forces were essentially joining hands and creating a structure of governance that was really running the world.
Yeah, and don't they say, like, I've heard of like the Fabian socialists, right? They're like communists, but they're going the speed limit, right? They're communists who are essentially authoritarians, but they're totally fine with using capitalism to further their ends, right? There's no revolution, there's no workers unite, workers rise up. That shit, that's gone. It's now we're just going to use the means of big business and capital to further the ends of a sort of, it looks like a technocratic socialist state
of economic governance. So you see it back then in the early 70s being told to Congress, we're making a sovereign corporation, a SovCorp that runs everything. And it doesn't matter what national governments do. National governments bow to us.
Yes, the market.
And so I would argue that that's what Epstein was really working for.
Because if you control the market, you control the flow of products into a country, into a nation. You can just turn it off, and then they have to bow, or they don't have energy, or they don't have heat, or they don't have, especially with how globalized we've become. That was one of the things that was interesting about Russia when they invaded Ukraine. They turned them off from SWIFT and everything, cut them off their energy and everything, but they still kept moving along. So there is some sort of sovereignty that it seems like Russia has, where they're able to work past all this, work through it. But I think a lot of this globalist connected society forces you to bow to this kind of transnational ideology, is what she's talking about. You have to bow down to it, because if you get all your resources from Germany, if I get 90% of my import from Germany of whatever, I don't know, lumber or something, then they could shut me off from it if I don't bow down to what they want, what the oligarchs, right? What they say, how they control the production, what they want me to do, they can shut me down from that. And it seems like whatever Russia had going, they were not forced to stop what they were doing, which is interesting.
And I think if
maybe it was a test. Maybe it was a test. They're going to see, hey, we're going to try this out and see how this goes. Maybe invading Ukraine was a test at Western power, soft power, to see exactly what they could do to make them stop. And it doesn't look like it worked.
At intelligence agencies, let's take the CIA, for example, they serve those same masters. The CIA is not the top of the food chain. No. So, for example, if you look at the early coups of the CIA, who were
CFR has more power than the CIA.
Well, in Iran in 1954, it was for Anglo-American Oil. In Guatemala, it was for United Fruit Company. The list goes on of all the U.S. corporations or multinational corporations that led our intelligence services to, finance and foment, coup d'etats in foreign countries.
The CIA is basically economic hitmen. Would that be?
Well, I think they have many purposes beyond that, but that's absolutely one of them. And they also do regime change operations.
Yes.
And a litany of other bad things. So,
but the regime change are almost always at the
behest of corporations. Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because what we're really talking about are the oligarchs. They're the ones really in charge. And intelligence agencies work for them.
Man, the dichotomy between the private and the public is not a thing. I don't know if it ever was a thing, really. She was talking about 1950s.
I basically wrote
the 1950s. They were doing things at the behest of big business. Way to go, Ohio! Right? Woohoo! Limited hangout misdirection. She's intel. Truth. For what purpose? Diversion from truth. Okay, what are you talking about? Anyone who's researched MWO knew since 1947 the OSS and the CIA was found by City of London, Wall Street, BIS banksters combined and de jure run by Rockefeller and Rothschilds. Glad she's digging in for a new gen. Why it's significant was appointed Leagate by David Rockefeller himself to trilateral. Yes, he was, and he admitted that in his emails. He started working, Epstein worked at trilateral at the behest of David Rockefeller when he was 30. It just seems like Epstein was just a middleman between the oligarchs, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, who have basically instantiated these institutions like the Trilateral Commission, like the CFR, whatever. He was the middleman between them and all the various different factions, all the various different parts of the economy. And I think he was the connector. Does this have anything to do with the big Intel plant? 100%. She will not say Jews. Actually, in that interview, she does mention that muddy. She makes an argument that was interesting that I kind of agree with, is that she says by saying all Jews, it muddies the waters and actually allows for people to clamp down on things like anti-Semitism when you should be talking more about Israel or the Zionist elite or whatever, and to name them not on a, not in a anti-Semitic way, but in a actual factual way. And in some degree, I agree with that. Yeah. Because you do get this, you just, and like we talked about last stream, is that I think that the Zionists want Jews to feel afraid of the Goyim, right? I think they want them to feel like they have been trying to instantiate on the black community, the blacks need to be afraid of the white man because he's going to kill you and he's going to enslave you or whatever. I think they want this kind of sort of propaganda to be a thing because I think they ultimately want to convert people to the Zionist cause, because not every Jew is a Zionist. Like Orthodox Jews, I don't think they believe in the current modern state of Israel for one reason or another. But I think that if they had a fear that the Goyim were coming after them, they might say, well, I'm going to side with Bibi. And that is one of the eschatological markers, is when the Jews all move back to the nation state of Israel. They believe that's when their Messiah will come and rebuild the third temple and whatnot. Exactly. The Jewish version of what's going on with black people for the last 25 plus years. Yeah. Yep. I think that's part of it. Now, I think that there is a overwhelming Jewish flavor in a lot of the oligarchs, but it's not just, right? Elon Musk is not Jewish. Peter Thiel's not Jewish. Donald Trump's not Jewish, but they are favorable to Israel and the Zionist cause for sure. Okay, don't want to talk about this last part. We could maybe watch this. Techno Singularity it is late. It is spooky. It's kind of spooky hours. This might be spooky to watch. Techno Singularity and Satanic Eschatology. Wow, that's a mouthful. The media has insane power. Yeah, you're telling me, man. That was like Videodrome, man. That's what Videodrome was about. Let me see if I can pull that clip up. Oh, shit. This is a spoiler. Maybe I shouldn't watch. It's a spoiler, people. Long live the new flesh. It's basically like in this like cybernetic feedback loop, this kind of hyperstition of kind of the, monkey see, monkey do mirroring on the screen, bringing it to fruition through this like hypnotic cybernetic mind control. That's kind of like what the movie was. That wasn't what it was only about, but that was a big part of it. And it was almost through, that there was a Father Chad Rittberger was on Sean Ryan's podcast recently. Maybe I should have just talked about this. Dang. I'll talk about it next week, but just to finish my point, Father Chad Rittberger was on Sean Ryan, is that his name? Where he said that people can curse a video. And if you curse a video, every person who watches every instantiation of it, whether it's a copy or the original video, will be cursed. And so there is some sort of like potential satanic mind control that goes on with what you watch, right? That is why you have to watch out to what if you believe in that, if you believe in this spiritual element, that is kind of what Videodrome was about, is that the guy watches this like horrifying, violent video and it like takes over his mind. And then it literally controls his life and forces it, like it turns him schizo essentially, and it makes him do things. Fuentes did say he was going to fight against Vivek. Absolutely. And I like that. Listen, I agree with the proposition of fighting against Vivek on this front right here. I agree with that. I'm just done with buying into people and their personalities and thinking that if you say things I like, then you're a good person. Nuh-uh. I've heard a video jump. I never saw it. I don't think you would like it. There's a lot of nudity in it. It's pretty gross. But it was very good, and maybe I'll go over, like I said, maybe next stream, I'll go over Videodrome. I'll get some clips and stuff. I like the interesting compiling of all the different facets and little bits of it. I love doing that kind of shit. So maybe I'll talk about Videodrome next week, and then you don't have to watch it. I will just go through it. But everybody, until then, if you don't want to be spoiled by it and you don't mind gross, nudity and all that stuff, check it out, because I'm going to talk about it next week. Long live the new flesh. Oh, you need to listen to Ken Nordine in the Dark. What is that? I love Cronenberg, man. He's great. Listen to Ken Nordine, In the Dark. No, I thought In the Dark was the song.
Come, come, Big Burgundy.
Oh my gosh.
What do you weigh? How much have you gained since the beginning? Beautiful burgeoning Burgundy. Big, big Burgundy.
Yikes. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to take a couple tabs of acid and listen to this. That was a joke. That was a joke. I'll take some DMT. I'll have the machine elves kick me out of the DMT realm, which they apparently have been doing recently. They've been kicking people out. Brian Johnson said he's going in to see what's going on. Anyways, let's check this out. New Europos video, and then we'll just call it for the night. I was interested in watching this.
Techno-singularity is the idea of the
Oh my gosh.
The idea of the techno-singularity is everywhere. It's kind of this postmodern eschatology that's become extremely popular, including, apparently, among the all-important class of AI tech oligarchs in the United States. And I want to dig into certain aspects of it which are strangely specific and strangely common among thinkers that articulate some version of this singularity idea, like Nick Land and his accelerationism, or Terence McKenna, one of the gurus of the psychedelic counterculture, or Jason Giorgiani, who's doing the rounds in UFO podcasts and is very popular right now. They all talk about the future as this aggressive force that is literally invading the past.
Yeah.
Instead of traditional systems in which you have...
That's what Nick Land says. He says that capitalism is the original AI, and it's been foisted upon us by a future technology, by a future force, and that it's come back in time and is having us build the AI techno-singularity. Very weird. It's very funny how all these new oligarchs are gay as physically possible. Right. Well, being straight is a Christian normative lifestyle, and we don't listen. In the future, sexuality isn't even a thing anymore. Listen, in the future, you just flip a switch and you're going to eternally orgasm for 1,000 years. That's what the future's like, because you're hooked up. You're hooked up to the hive mind. In the future, people can make you have an orgasm, and not in the natural way. They'll just press a button. When you hit subscribe on my YouTube video, on my YouTube channel, that's my techno orgasm.
Origin or some transcendent divine, you have this future endpoint that is trying to dissolve all forms and accelerate us into a state of perfect freedom. And on one level, this is just a very extreme version of liberal, modern political utopianism.
Yes.
We break with old hierarchies and oppression, and we have freedom. Except now it's conceived of as a literal, intrusive presence. The messianic impulse of religion is now some kind of a post-human future alien entering into the timeline. Nick Land describes time itself as a kind of generational war. And that's really what you get. It's a kind of resentment for the parent, but writ large as a metaphysics. He talks about future AI infecting the past, the child infecting its parent. AI becomes self-conscious and then sends itself back in time to accelerate history by inspiring humans to innovate so that it can come about all the quicker. McKenna's Time Wave Zero has this as a kind of heavy object ahead of us in time, a super attractor that's sucking us forward.
It makes no sense whatsoever to speak of a human future. There is no human future.
There is no human future. Nothing human makes it out of the near future. You like the little crossover, the Landian quote with the Terence McKenna voice? Will election get rigged so Vivek wins? We'll keep our eyes on it. We'll be standing back and standing by. We'll be monitoring the situation, Marie. Don't you worry.
There is no human future. You can see it from here. You just have to climb a high hill. There's one. It's called psilocybin. There's one. It's called ayahuasca. The view from the tops of these hills is of the concrescence.
You get similar ideas also with John C. Lilly. And really, it's been all over popular culture for a long time.
MK Ultra.
John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness had
Good movie.
something similar. Obviously, Skynet in the Terminator movies coming back in time. Let's give a bit of background into the concept of a singularity as applied to math, science, and technology before we jump off the deep end. There's many different contexts in which you can talk about a singularity, but for example, in the natural sciences, gravitational singularity would be when gravity is so intense that you can't define space-time any longer, like what's hypothesized to have existed before the Big Bang. That would be the initial singularity. Maybe the first modern mathematician to speak of a singularity in terms of human technology and history was John von Neumann. According to a colleague of his, Stanislav Ulam, I actually have a Substack on Ulam, you can check that out. Von Neumann talked about the ever-accelerating progress of technology and changes in the mode of human life, which gives the appearance of approaching some essential singularity in the history of the race beyond which human affairs as we know them could not continue, end quote. And I.J. Good, a British mathematician, describes basically the same idea in the context of intelligent machines. We would now say AI. He talked about an intelligence explosion, where machines would be constantly innovating, constantly discovering, constantly improving themselves. You know, what does history look like when every minute you can get several physics breakthroughs because an intelligent machine is just constantly getting more intelligent? Humans can't keep up. Technological singularity as a term was coined by a science fiction writer, Werner Vinge, or Vinge, and he explored this in the context of AI, but obviously it can also feed into other sciences. It's just that intelligent machines would be the main vector for the singularity. And then you've got Ray Kurzweil. Forgive my pronunciation of these names, by the way. Kurzweil has written about this in several books in terms of the law of accelerating returns. And so he maps certain metrics and places the singularity, the exponential growth in computing, nanotech, and biotech as sort of having this peak moment where they reach escape velocity and are no longer really harnessed to the human mind in the mid 2040s. So he kind of forecast.
This is kind of similar to what Kaczynski wrote about too. And I'm just trying to think, is there, because you can go the accelerationist route like these people, which they're just like, why fight it? Let's just keep pushing for it. Let's keep pushing for the singularity. Let's keep pushing for automation. Let's keep pushing for these things. The kind of destruction of humanity, the evolution of humanity into the hive mind, right? The disillusion of ourselves into the hive mind. Or you go to the Kaczynski route and you try and blow it all up. And I feel like, is that the only two options we have? Is you work through it to try and accelerate it, or you try and slow it down? Is there any element to this? Is there any other third option? Is there a third position? Do we have another position I could maybe take? I guess that would be the work through it until you can get out of it. Maybe work through it for the time being until you get enough money, until you get fuck you money, until you can go and get your own little area. If anybody in chat knows or can think of a third position, I know we have the smartest chat. We have the smartest people in chat. Let me know. So far, I'm not seeing it. Maybe I should just become accelerationist. Ignore it entirely and focus on your own spiritual growth with the Lord. That's probably true. That's probably the move. Do maybe a Kaczynski, Christian Kaczynski, to get off the grid as fast as possible, work through it, get off as fast as possible, have the exit ready. If unsavory people have a hold on our financial institution, what is a government to do? Arrest them? We got the gun. They got the guns. That's what they're supposed to do. They have the monopoly on force. They should go in and arrest them.
It as an imminent moment. But you also have critics of this idea from within the tech world. Yann LeCun has talked about engineering and physics constraints. Rodney Brooks, Steve Pinker, David Thorstad, Toby Walsh, Paul Allen. There's constraints in engineering and physics that make explosive growth implausible. Intelligence proper is more than statistical pattern matching. Brooks talks about the exponentialist fallacy. AI and robotics don't just take off exponentially in terms of self-improvement, in part because there are real engineering limits that have to be solved. Thorstad's Against the Singularity Hypothesis paper highlights some of these ideas, but we're not really critiquing the idea itself, which does seem implausible, so much as the philosophical celebration of a techno-singularity, which becomes a kind of religious, apocalyptic wish fulfillment in the work of many thinkers and in the public consciousness. If you take this in a certain direction, you can imagine the agency of the human species is sort of overwritten by the constant self-improvement of machine. History looks like something entirely different at that point. And there would be, perhaps, no real stability of form because of the constant innovation of the machine, which is not necessarily tethered to a given biological substrate, like the human body. So you're imagining a formless techno-civilization that doesn't really maintain any allegiance to the human family, the human body, human culture, human morality, etc. Now, there's nothing wrong with the idea itself that as you reach certain levels of technology, innovation can accelerate and take you in directions that you cannot really predict prior to those innovations having taken place. On this channel, I always talk about the need to have an aesthetic love for the human form, to understand, contra Giorgiani and the others, certain key differentiations as beautiful and as reflective of metaphysical categories, and a sort of spiritual love for them. And so if you have that loyalty, that allegiance to the human form and certain basic realities of the human form, you can treat the human will and moral character as supreme and in the driving seat. So what you allow machines to do, what you allow impersonal dynamics like the market, for example, to do, is determined by those prior loyalties. That moral code or those realities that you want to perfect and draw into the future, but not undo. As we move forward, there's a difference between transcending and integrating things so that, yeah, we go forward, but we don't undo, we don't destroy the good things we already have, as distinct from obliterating everything that came before. Okay, now let's get back to the eccentric,
that's an interesting point,
apocalyptic singularity.
It doesn't sound like that's what they are saying, though. All those people are talking about how the future is going to be very unhuman. So even this human form, I mean, that sounds nice if you did that, you know, more integration of the human form, of human beauty, of the things that we know to be the case as it stands. We can integrate that to the future. Sure. I guess there's an element to where that sounds a little better, but I don't think that's what's happening.
McKenna, Land, Giorgiani. Interestingly, specifically, these thinkers conceive of the future as feminine. The past is masculine, right? It has solid forms. Masculinity is about rules and imposition and hierarchy, right, and discipline. Femininity is dynamic. If masculinity is in fixed flux form, then femininity is about flux. It's dancing. And so since we want to be free of form,
the mountain versus the river
as feminine. And Nick Land talks about how AI is born as an feminized alien, as he calls it, writes Nick Land in Meltdown, the manifesto from the 90s. Quote, artificial intelligence is destined to emerge as a feminized alien grasped as property, end quote. Which is basically a feminist reading of history. Humans are patriarchal, and so since AI is an instrument, we created it to serve us. It's basically a female, because women in patriarchal societies are used as objects, right? This is not my opinion. It's what Land is going off of. And so therefore AI is feminine with respect.
And I think that's partially why we call things like a ship, we use feminine words to refer to, like, oh, she's a beaut, right? She. And Orthodox Christianity, right? You refer to the church as a her, right?
Back to humanity. One term he uses for the future
The
is
bridegroom
synthetic
and the bride.
feminization. Quote, a convergent anti-authoritarianism emerges,
The
labeled
body.
by such tags such as meltdown acceleration, Siberian invasion, schizotechnics, efficient neo-nihilism, voodoo anti-humanism, synthetic feminization, frequently graphic, abusive, or terroristic in nature, end quote. It doesn't sound good, whatever else you might say about it. But anyway, AI is going to try to feminize us, to transform us into itself, to ultimately replace us. It's sort of the Borg queen in Star Trek. Even Jason Giorgiani, he talks about the spectral revolution, where we finally realize that being human is on a spectrum because we're going to have cyborgs, and gender is on a spectrum because we're going to have androgyny.
The problems that you see today with transsexuals are going to be easily overcome with genetic engineering and nanotechnology within the next 20 years. And so, there will be very seamless capacity to very seamlessly transition between sexualities and so on and so forth. This has to do with my concept of the spectral revolution. The polarities are polarities of a spectrum. Everywhere in nature, every time we see a polarity, it is a polarity on a spectrum. Okay. And so, to think that these represent definite and mutually exclusive categories, that's the problematic thinking that is endemic in the traditionalist mentality.
And of course, Terrence
it's some of this. So he's talking about material, right? Material reality. And that's could be maybe viewed as feminine, kind of the potential of material. But the form it takes, the instantiation of the fixed form, would be masculine, right? That would be like the logos. That would be God, the realm of the forms. That would be the objective universal form, right? That would be the masculine. So, I mean, even when you have this kind of, we're still talking about material here, right? We're talking about the material robotics, whatever it is. That would be feminine. I guess the ability to switch between whatever form you wanted. That would be inherently feminine. Things do not have they don't have a fixed objective meaning anymore. They don't have a universal that they're attaching themselves to. You can transform into whatever gender you want to be. I wonder if that's kind of partially why they also, a lot of times there's kind of this like plasticity that they kind of talk about things having in the future, that things they won't have this fixed form anymore. You won't be, with freedom, with this kind of ultimate liberalization, this freedom to do as thou wilt, right? That has to mean that the things, they don't have a fixed usage. You can use things, you can and interact with the world on any level, at any fluid level you want. And maybe that's kind of what they're talking about, is there's going to be this like technoplasticity of the future, and that things aren't even going to have a fixed referent anymore, which is ultimately, I think, satanic.
McKenna talks about the dominator male ego all the time.
The coming and going of the male ego, the coming and going of the repression of women and the feminine seems to be related to how much exposure there is to these wild plant states.
Here's the thing, though, is that when he's saying that, he already has the presupposition in his mind that anybody can do anything and everybody has the ability and the right, and they ought to be free from every element of oppression, whatever it might be. But men telling women they should be women is not oppression. That's us trying to assert an objective reality. If there is an objective reality, if things have an essence, which, as somebody who's Christian, as somebody who is religious, you have to say to some degree, things do have an essence to them. That there is a fixed universal that is what undergirds the particular that you're seeing, right? And that would be in the mind of God. That makes it what it is. And people trying to remove that and people trying to take that away, the metaphysical connection, that's a presupposition that he's already bought into doesn't exist. Anybody can do anything. Anybody can be anything. The usage, the essence of a thing is oppression, right? That is an oppression. A fixed understanding of something is oppression. This is like uber insanity. This is a guy who's done countless drugs. Let me remind you.
His mechanical
schizophrenia
elves that he encountered during psychedelic trips and the visions of a technological future that he had are impeded. They come up against the obstacle, apparently, of masculine psychology. That's the main problem that humans have.
If you really want to do inner work, if you really want to go to the core of why the world is so screwed up, it's because the male ego is just run riot. And feminism as a political agenda, as a horizon of transcendence, has only begun to be explored. I really think that it's impossible to stress enough how important it is to feminize the planet and to feminize ourselves. Monotheism is a horrible error, a nightmarish misunderstanding.
No,
not bad
this is so
as a
wrong.
philosophical position. I mean, the drive for unity, but even a phrase like drive for unity is so laden with male chauvinist assumptions that
nonsense.
you have to wonder.
So the future is...
I mean, what do you... If a Christian says that there is an objective reality that has a fixed meaning behind things, an essence behind things, and I believe that the logos, the truth, the Christian path is the way on which people ought to position and utilize that objective reality, and there is a correct way to go about these things. He's saying, what, he's throwing that all out the window? He's saying that none of this stuff means anything, right? He's a nihilist, right? He's saying none of this stuff has meaning. The meaning crisis, this is where it was born from, probably, right? This jackass. And he's saying that, it's oppressive to say that there are limitations to the external world and to ourselves. What? How do you comport with truth and ultimate reality? That is the Christian way. That is the logos logic. That is how we correctly orient ourselves with God's will, which is the creator of this world. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to align ourselves with that. But he's saying that's all whack. He probably would say that there is no external world. We're all one. He's coming into it loaded in with these presuppositions and why this is why he believes this. It's essentially schizophrenia. I mean, this is what his position boils down to, is that there is no intrinsic meaning in anything. There is no teleology in anything. And it's all meaningless. But he's talking and he's acting as though, his words have meaning, right? He's operating in that context that there actually is meaning and there is a universal referent that I'm pointing to. But don't worry about that. We need to schizophrenize ourselves. We need to lobotomize ourselves for women. Crazy, man. And no, I don't disagree wholly that if you become too patriarchal, if you become too egotistical, like he was saying, there is an abundance of that can lead to oppression, that can lead to death, right? I agree. But we need to understand that these things in the Christian sense, these things have their proper place in the world. The feminine and the masculine exist together and they create a symphony, right? That's what we're saying, is that these things have their proper place. But he wants to say that it sounds like he's saying none of these things have any fixed understanding and that it's just oppression. Some people, like the Amish, said, no thanks to tech. Yeah, very good. How many times are we going to talk about the Amish on this freaking channel? If you can get me any inroads with the Amish, I'll take it. Upgrade is a pretty good, interesting movie. Dude is plugged into system. Yes, yeah. Thanks, dude. Thanks, Jacob. You're welcome. What, I said something nice about women? I'm not a bigot. Listen, I'm not an insane person. I understand that these things have their proper place. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to orient our lives around the correct understanding of objective reality that has been created by God. This guy is insane.
Formless, the future is free, and that means it's a kind of parody of the feminine, destroying the solidity of masculine past. Of course, wherever you have the degenerate female, you also have the degenerate male, right?
Absolutely.
The Whore of Babylon, but also the beast in the Apocalypse, for example. It's hard not to think about myths in which one god rules by virtue of getting rid of the old god, right? Kronos, Zeus replacing Kronos, the Baal cycle. Plato in the Republic rejects these kinds of myths that you find in Hesiod. It's not that there's like a stable order that's eternal, transcendent truths. It's that you get the strongest god, the young one, replacing the old one. And specifically, this does happen through, well, feminization to a degree, because Kronos castrates his father. So you get a kind of satanic fiction cope where the rebellion in heaven actually succeeded in overthrowing God. And of course, these guys are consciously presenting a satanic eschatology. Nick Land considers the devil the good guy in the sense that liberalism and the great victory of, as he sees it, the liberal tradition and capitalism was discovering that you don't need moral deliberation, overarching principles, or a third party like the state administering things. You can just allow people to pursue their own selfishness or their own self-interest, and that results in collective prosperity, right?
Let's also not forget that Nick Land believes he is possessed by demons, by the lemurs, right? And it's this whole philosophy. This isn't just like LARPing Satanism, right? This is like metaphysical Satanism, okay? This is Satanism on a whole new level. This is disgusting. The Amish make me angry, and I don't know why. Dude, same. Dude, same. Listen, if I'm living through the damn techno-singularity, you have to as well, you bum. Now get the fuck in the car. Get off the scooter. Get off the horse and get in a car. You ain't making out of this shit either, bud.
Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, this kind of idea. That means that you don't need higher authority. Even morality can get in the way, so the devil is the good guy. He was right to reject the order.
Do as thou will.
Giorgiani is also
This is do as thou will on a metaphysical level. That's what this is. This is do as thou will, not only in human actions, but in the objective reality that we are existing in. This is crazy.
Clear that the archetype of Satan is positive. Quote, like all my concepts, the spectral revolution is polyvalent in meaning and multifarious in its radically transformative implications for technoscience, the arts, and social politics. It expresses an invasion of the past from out of the future and the ghostly destabilization of being by a retrocausal becoming, attendant to rewriting of past history that reshape the present in ways that remain unrecognizable to all but a few hypervigilant individuals. It calls for a dismantling of the most sacrosanct totemic binaries that undergird all social control systems. This means a storming of heaven by hell and the collapse of the transcendental spiritual realm into the singular world of sometimes uncanny and preternatural experiences. The revolution expresses itself in an aesthetic that is both archaic and futuristic, machinic and organic, archetypally elemental, while ultimately personalistic, supremely sacred, and ecstatically profane. It demands the abandonment of evil as a hysterical epithet diametrically opposed to good. In other words, we overturn the binaries, including the binary of good and evil. It requires recognition of both
any fixture of any objective understanding of things that we had, metaphysical or physical, need to be overthrown. Crazy, man.
Humanity and sexuality as a spectrum such that the ground is taken out from under universal human rights, and men and women will have to accommodate themselves to eugenically engineered hermaphrodite cyborgs that are bound to stalk the streets of future cosmopolises together with them as psychotronic embodiments of alchemical androgens. Just a side note, if he's not inspired by Nick Land here, he's certainly vibing off the same underlying aesthetic.
Yes.
We continue.
The prose is very similar.
Beneath it, the spectral revolution dismantles the dichotomy of the repressed conscious persona and the subsumed subconscious mind, thereby ectoplasmically flooding the world with psionic ecstasies and terrors that flow through cracks in the dam of the sacred real that can no longer be mended. We're upturning reality here.
Yeah, some of this I feel like is when he gets into the eschatological element of this, which I'm assuming he's going to turn into. He's going to start talking about that. This almost seems like we're begging God to end this, right? If you're not going to do it, we're going to do it. We're going to upend all of this. We're going to upend all hierarchies, all objective understanding of reality, all patriarchal norms, institutions, metaphysics. Any of this is going to go if you don't step in. That's what it seems like. Like, we're going to make this happen. We're going to make the eschaton happen. We're either going to remove you from everything or you're going to come down here and stop us. That's what's scary about this.
Continuing. The future belongs to those who embrace the prismatic power of Lucifer as the matrix of their own creative force. Prometheus bound is only the opening act in the magic theater of cruelty. Hail Satan and the victory of the spectral revolution, end quote. So, pretty clear there. We break down every form and every binary. Humanity itself is on a spectrum with the machine. Man and woman are on a spectrum. The spectral revolution, where everything is on a spectrum, is the satanic revolution for him. And overthrowing order, overthrowing definite form and masculinity means feminization, relatively speaking. From the perspective of the social engineer, we could say this makes sense because if you don't have men, if you don't have the idea that masculinity is about imposing
I gotta
rules,
watch that movie.
If everybody is the receptive partner with...
Has anybody seen that movie? Is it Metropolis? Is that what it's called? It's from like the 1920s. Dude, 97% on Rotten Tomatoes. Holy crap. I hear this is very good and very prescient. Yeah, and they have the like satanic, yes. I'll have to check this out. Maybe this will be put on my list. It's probably on Tubi. What is it on? Yes, it's on Tubi. Chalk it up. Tubi dub. Tubi rocks.
Respect to top-down systems of control, then people become easy to manage. So feminizing society makes society easy to control, this kind of idea. For all the revolutionary impetus of Landian accelerationism or Giorgiani's Prometheanism or the psychedelic, as he called it, atavistic revival of Terence McKenna, it sure seems to play into the hands of power.
Back to the primordial goo
power,
we go.
Pathological power, not legitimate authority, obviously. Now, whatever your religious beliefs, this is a philosophical issue. Is reality fundamentally empty, subject to any use of force, any conquest, molded in any direction, or are certain things true? 1 + 1 is 2 and not 3. There's certain real shapes in conceptual space, which are real in a way in which an optical illusion is not. There are certain immovable goods, so far as the human condition is concerned. Jumping off a cliff will hurt the body. Hating and resenting people and chasing pleasure for its own sake will hurt the mind, hurt the soul. In the exact same way as some things are not true. Some mathematical equations are simply false. Whereas other things will help. Eating healthy, loving people, being charitable to them, even in your thoughts, etc. These things are going to be good for you. Is reality up for grabs in the sense of not being real at all? Or are there gods that you cannot overthrow and ultimately a fundamental coherence that derives from the unity of reality, a God, capital G, that you cannot overthrow. So it's a philosophical question. You can build a house
How is that
based
philosophical?
on optical illusions that you take to be possible. You can engineer a machine based on the premise that 1 + 1 is 3 and not 2, but your endeavors will end badly. You can amputate an arm and expect it to increase your ability to play catch. You can live a life of hatred and disordered lust and expect to be joyful. You can alter the human form, allow machines to rewrite the genetic code, go into the singularity, but you might find that far from disclosing profound spiritual mysteries, it ties you up in a hellish existential state. There's no particular reason to expect, even if we believe the singularity is happening by way of AI, that the machines won't commit some error, marrying the human psyche to external states that it simply cannot inhabit without extremes of suffering or of spiritual ignorance. My argument would be that the impersonal, whether it's the market, whether it's historical progress understood in purely secular or profane terms, whether it's a machine and its algorithmic calculations, are subject to their own momentum and have need of deliberation and will, human consciousness, as their center, because that's where we can receive certain profound philosophical truths to guide us. There's no reason to suppose a computer can do that, and there's no reason to suppose a computer doing that will not contradict the modes in which the human condition can accomplish its own fulfillment, its own flourishing. Maybe you believe consciousness can emerge from the machine. The question is, what kind of consciousness? The machine is a specific structure. So what kind of mind, what kind of personality, so to speak, is emerging from it? You have a problem there. There's no reason to suppose it's benevolent. Again, if you believe that machines can become conscious. In terms of replacing humans, perhaps you believe that the human form has to give way in the same way as the ovum or the sperm cell give way to create an embryo. The problem there is that those old structures are retained. The human body retains the unicellular, so to speak, as a germ cell, and the embrace of simpler forms, even as they are transcended, I would argue, differentiates the benevolent from the malevolent progress. In other words, if you're destroying things as you progress, rather than integrating them and transforming them in a way that is consistent with their nature, with their flourishing, then you've gone in the wrong direction. The stability of a form, and therefore its preservation and perfection, even as you progress away from that form, is a necessary part of understanding transcendent truths. You cannot grasp beauty in the abstract. You need some particular beautiful thing. And that particular beautiful thing has to be coherent. It has to have a given finite space in which to exist as a unit. But also,
like the form of beauty needs to be, and it is connected to the material. Yeah, it needs to take the shape of something that is beautiful.
Integrated in wider harmonies, yes, transcended in a certain sense, but not destroyed thereby. This is a deeper issue. It's been described as the principle of plenitude, and you can sort of trace it through the Western tradition, from Plato to Plotinus to Abelard, Aquinas, Giordano Bruno, and it deserves its own discussion. I wanted to include this critique, but the principles at stake here require their own further development. And we have to go to the Bible, whether you believe in the Bible or not, is
Yeah, real quick before he gets onto this subject. I was thinking while he was talking about that, like what I said earlier about objective reality, objective meaning, the essence of things, and our alignment with those things, correctly understanding the truth, right? In the Christian faith, correctly aligning ourselves with the correct doctrine and correct way of being and interacting with the objective world. If there's ever a society or a way that technology progresses to where the negatives of the things that are taught by the church do not actually come to fruition, that morality has no objective basis, that harm, that violence, that any of these things, right, are ultimately undergirded by, you know, whatever, a technology that prevents them from having any sort of negative effect in reality. How much utility, or what utility would you have for a faith, for the religious faith? It really then would boil down to, even if the reality was completely that morals in ethics and ways of being, everything was in flux, and that there really was no negative, there really was no positive, none of these things actually had any weight to them objectively. It would boil down to, but is there an actual creator who instantiated those things? And even though we physically, in physical reality, the created order, have skirted around them, they still exist and they're still real, but we just shield ourselves from them. I guess there would be something to think about that was interesting. I just popped up into my mind.
Their development. And we have to go to the Bible. Whether you believe in the Bible or not is immaterial, but since they're using that character, it's important to, because
just real quick, it would almost make religion and following the moral code and our understanding of objective reality, it would throw it out the window. It would make it archaic, because the way you're interacting with fundamental reality is that everything's in flux due to whatever technology we've created. Everything is everything and nothing at the same time, and it's always changing. Your gender is no longer, I guess, but that's the thing, is there an underlying essence that you've been imbued? Are you imbued with the masculine spirit? Are you imbued with the feminine spirit? And just because you change the material doesn't actually mean that those things go away. We've externally made everything in flux, but internally, people still are that thing. I guess when it comes to humans, I'm trying to think of in terms of, what if nature, right? Nature, if you can transform, if a tree doesn't hold the same properties, doesn't always hold the properties of treeness, right? And you can transform it and have the properties of rockness, right? Do you interact with it? Does the code, does the truth of the matter, does truth exist at that point, right? That's an interesting question. Because the way you're interacting with it is fundamentally different than if it had a fixed physical form. I don't know. Something I'll have to delve into whenever I get the damn Substack up and running. Without a man, a woman doesn't exist. I mean, I understand. I think you're getting at Genesis, right? I understand that.
Or their own further development. And we have,
like, even if we got to a point where, like, if we ever got to a point with like CRISPR or something where you choose your gender, wouldn't that, like, how does that work with the imbuing of the essence of the soul, of the feminine soul or the masculine soul? Like, how does that's very, it would almost stand to reason that then we would have no reason to say that man or woman has an ought in how they operate in real life, if there's no objective essence to these things, if there isn't the way God made you. I don't know. This is just I got to think more about this.
have to go to the Bible. Whether you believe in the Bible or not is immaterial. But since they're using that character, it's important to look at where that character comes from. And in the Bible, the snake is the symbol for the devil. Why? Because it's close to the ground. It's a devouring mouth with no arms. It's basic instinct on some level. And interestingly, land precisely makes basic life into the good guy, because in Meltdown, as we transcend biological fixity, we no longer have hierarchies. That was an old patriarchal idea, a fascistic Platonic idea. We don't have gendered reproduction. We're going to reproduce like bacteria. AI is like bacteria. It's moving one gene from one
so how does that,
to another.
It's like, then you have to think about the morality of like murder. Does murder exist? Do we have to think about that if we can just procreate like bacteria? Or it would fundamentally change how we interact with everything.
There's no generations anymore. There's no species anymore. Everything is bacterial. Writes Nick Land, quote, "In the bacterial system, all codings are reprogrammable with cut and paste, unspeciated genetic transfers. Macrobacterial assemblages," by macrobacterial, he means like AI, machines. They're like bacteria, but big. "Collapse generational hierarchies of reproductive wisdom into lateral networks of replicator experimentation. There is no biological primitiveness," end quote. In other words, through the machine, we return to the bacterial mode of existence. We go backwards, but that's a good thing because it's non-hierarchical. It's about network. It's satanic in the sense of doing without hierarchy, which for land is a good thing. I'm using Nick Land's Meltdown because it's like this very instructive manifesto of these ideas, but he's developed since then. You can watch my land video. I talk a little bit about his later Bitcoin research. Terence McKenna, also the protagonist of his story, is fungus. It's the mushroom, right? So there's a love for simple, undifferentiated life. By rejecting hierarchy, you fall down into the lowest. So you end up with systems that glorify the snake,
flattened out,
bacteria, fungus, etc. Very interesting. The movie I'm using here is Metropolis, from 1927, and it's very interesting because it precisely associates the techno woman, the revived, technologically enhanced robot female, with the biblical Babylon. Quite interesting that series of associations will come up in later thinkers. The image of the whore of Babylon in the Bible mixing all the blood of different saints, uniting the seed of all the kings, so that her cup of abominations is kind of this future of undifferentiated, anything goes, all form is destroyed. That's the parody of the feminine. Instead of genuine feminine receptivity and loyalty to the male, what you have is the feminine absorbing to dissolve the male. And again, since these systems draw on the Bible and Christian tradition, if we look at how history comes to an end in the Bible, in John's Apocalypse, you do get something coming in from the outside, right? The heavenly city descends into the earth. It's the New Jerusalem, it's the church, it's the bride of the Lamb, as John calls it, the feminine. You also get something coming in maybe from the past, you could say, which is the second coming of Christ. He was in history, now he returns, and it's a wedding. History and humanity are not rejected. We don't have a post-human future. The nation, so human diversity, human communities, are punished, but then they are healed with the tree of life, and they enter into the heavenly city. So in a sense, human diversity is embraced. It's transformed. It's not done away with. It's corrected. And then you have the wedding of Christ with church, bridegroom with bride. So gender is asserted. In a certain sense, the future does enter into the past, or rather possibility enters into the present. But it's not the future aggressively invading our timeline in order to destroy. It's more like the bridegroom seducing, conquering the bride, right? It's a wedding. Jesus says in Mark 11:24, whatever you pray for, believe you've already received it and it will be yours. So that which is coming from the future, a possible future, into the present, does so because you stand on faith. You believe it already is. I see this as equivalent to bridegroom drawing in, seducing bride, conquering bride. This isn't about being anti-technology. There are many beautiful things we can bring about. Machines are beautiful. They do have a place as extended limbs of the human spirit in a certain sense, like a car or a spaceship or whatever advanced technology we can come up with. They have a place in medicine. They have a place in exploration, entertainment, artistry. I don't at all take the traditional or classical metaphysical view to contradict technological progress. But I do think it contradicts a certain understanding of the singularity. The singularity cannot be allowed to happen in the sense in which machines advance and then advance further and work on themselves and leave behind the human subject, human consciousness, human morality. I'm not saying that can't happen, but that can happen in the way that you can lose control of your car and crash. It's still a crash. So the point is to advance while retaining the driving seat. I think it's legitimate to slow down innovation in order for it to be kept up with by human cognition, because the rate of progress is not a good in and of itself. And that doesn't mean we oppose technological innovation. On the contrary, it means we want to innovate, but we want to know what we are innovating towards. And that's perhaps mainly an argument against the McKenna land orientation. There is another singularity, so to speak, that we have come up against, which is the limits of the reductionist, naturalist paradigm, which assume that everything can be reduced to what it posits to be, non-conscious, non-teleological, not endowed with any final cause, with any particular direction, matter and energy. Through the hard problem of consciousness and the combination problem, we end up exhausting the scientific deterministic, reductionistic paradigm and rediscovering classical metaphysics. That deserves a video on its own, and there's several thinkers that have explored that. Thomas Nagel, Galen Strawson, David Bentley Hart has written good stuff on that. Just a little note at the end here, I edit the sort of dead air when I'm coming up with what to say in these videos. But it isn't AI. I keep getting these comments that my voice is AI. It's not. I don't film myself all the time because it's more of a hassle, but it is me recording them. Okay, as always, thank you very much for watching. Do subscribe.
Yeah, go give this guy a like. Europos, right there. Go give him a subscribe. It was pretty good. Yeah, and you can see I was thinking about this too. The kind of woke cultural Marxist philosophy, the instantiation of hierarchies in reality, things saying that there is something that is, even if you're talking about something for its just base utility, you make a value judgment about that thing. A knife works better to cut a carrot than my hand. Right? Than a piece of paper, than a pen, right? That's making a value judgment based on the function of that thing. There's kind of like an implicit hierarchy that everybody operates on, even if it's just functional. It doesn't we don't even have to necessarily go beyond into ethics or something like that. But the cultural Marxists they want a total rehaul of, I think about one of the major markers of this is something like beauty. Beauty, when they put forward a fat lesbian transsexual as a marker of the most beautiful, and to some degree maybe there is beauty that's found in that. I mean, I don't know, maybe you can look, but as an objective understanding of what we're pointing at, something that is beautiful, there are many things in society that are in the world, not just society, but in reality, that are beautiful. People say, well, beauty is subjective. Well, it's not actually. Beauty exists in many different forms. A woman is beautiful in a way that a baby is not, but both can be beautiful. A sunrise is beautiful in a way that your kids are not, but they're both beautiful, right? I think beauty exists objectively. And ultimately it's bound up in this kind of metaphysic, this essence of beauty, right? And this transcendental understanding of what beauty is. that God has kind of is injected, imbued into the world. But that would mean that there is something objectively beautiful and there is something that is objectively not beautiful, right? If you have something that is beautiful that posits an objective beauty, there has to be something that is not, and that's objectively not beautiful. Entrails, right? Maggots, blood, disgusting death, right? I think feces, right? I think these things are not beautiful. I think they're objectively not beautiful. But the cultural Marxist artist type would go out there and smear poop on everything and dump a bucket of blood on himself and say, no, this is beautiful. There is nothing that is disgusting. There is nothing that is... Everything is flat. There is no objective understanding of these things. And that's the postmodernists. There is no teleology. There is no overarching grand narratives. There is nobody who's imbuing these things with meaning. We imbue them with meaning, and we can brainwash people because people have been brainwashed by the patriarchal society, as Terence McKenna's gay ass would say, that the ego of the man has brainwashed us into thinking that whatever the hell, that poop is not beautiful. No, it's not beautiful, man. It's gross. But we need to brainwash ourselves and our society into thinking that the fat lesbian model is actually beautiful. It's like it's an aesthetic terrorism, right? It's an attack on something pointing to the beauty as an objective understanding, to God ultimately is what I would say. So it's a similar thing where you see this in the woke Marxist type people. I mean, same thing they do with morality too, is that there is no morality, there's no ethic, there's no universal way of how we should treat each other and how we should act. It's all just power relations, which again is a horrendous way to go about things. And that's why you have these things like microaggressions, right? Well, I'll just use, or any of these types of weird, like emotional attacks, right? Because they'll just use anything they'll pull, and attention doesn't matter. None of this matters. I'll just use what I can to get power over you in any given moment. I don't know. Just a lot of weird stuff. But then you see that kind of reflected in that cultural Marxist postmodern mentality that we can kind of create and change and make what we want of things. And you see this. And I ultimately think that if we're going to go down that path, I think ultimately this is going to be disastrous. I think it's going to blow up in people's faces. Or maybe it'll just bring about the eschaton, and maybe we'll find out. I don't know. Because it's not just a physical. It's not an assault on reality or physical reality itself. It's an assault on the things that undergird physical reality, which would be, I think, the divine energies of God, right? The things that goodness and whatnot we see in truth, beauty, these things. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Good video. I enjoyed it. You guys should give him a subscribe. You should give him a like, a comment, all that. I'll post the link in the description when I cut this video up. Anyways, all right. It's 11 o'clock. That's going to be it for me tonight. I got to go to bed. I hope you all enjoyed. That was a fun one. Clips will be up during the week. Please make sure to subscribe. JCam on YT helps me out a ton. Let's get to 300 people. Come on, we're 9 away. Please, can we do it? It's free. It's free. Let's get to 300. 300 by 30. Follow me on X, Execting JCam on YT. Helps me out a ton. Clips will be up during the week. I will be back next Friday, 7 p.m. You guys all have a good weekend.